Hey guys, happy Wednesday. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Happy Wednesday. How is everybody? Everybody good? Everybody good? I was good till I poked my eyeball out with my mascara wand a while ago. Poked my whole eyeball out. I was like, oh my God. I had mascara running all the way down, plumb about down to my nose holes. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Gail and Sherry. Hi, guys. Hey, Miss King. Hello, Gail. Gail. How are you doing, Gail? You and your pumpkin. You and your pumpkin. Do you like scary movies, Gail? The reason I ask is because I thought I heard you or saw you say something to somebody in chat a while back about that being a character in a movie like Jason or Freddy or Michael Myers or something. Behind the pumpkin? I don't know. I don't know. Spins. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, don't forget to put your DNA on the thumbs up button. We appreciate it. Also, like and subscribe. And share this live with your buddies, with your friends. Please and thank you. Did y'all bring your snacks? Said Henny. Snacks and wine. Snacks and wine. Thank you, Spins. Thank you, ma'am. You're awesome. We have memberships. You cold this morning? Me too, Sherry. Hey, Morgana. Sherry's like, I hate when I poke my eye. Me too. I jumped like a crazy person, you know. I was going to say jumped like I was shot, but, seeing as we are watching a trial about a man who did get shot, I thought I might use better words. Instead of the dude that was on the stand yesterday talking about how these evidences are goodies, I still can't get over that. That was weird. So weird. Gail says she's good, and yes, I do, and yes, it's Michael. I don't take you for a scary movie, gal. I don't. I'm not scary movies, but those kinds of like horror, Halloweeny kind of movies. I just no, I didn't take you for that. Wow. I love when you find out random things like that. For instance, there's a girl that I know, and some of you in the chat may be familiar with her. Her name is Ureli. She's been here before in the chat. And she's this sweet, beautiful, young woman, right? Who's very kind of shy and backwards and but fun, and I could just say all kinds of things about Ureli, right? This friend of mine. But when I found out that she loves heavy metal music, specifically Metallica, which, I don't know. I was just like, really? I just didn't take care for that kind of person. It's kind of like whenever you hear somebody's voice a lot, but then when you see their face, the face doesn't match the voice, like what you have in your head, I don't know. Anyway. Spins, right? My husband's like that. If I tell my brother, ouch, I poke my eye, my brother thinks he's funny and says, don't poke your eye then. Right? Yeah, she was Sherry. Yeah. She sort of switched gears into more a different genre, so to speak. But she was doing a lot of like planner videos and stuff like that. So, but anyway, yeah, just funny. I love when she pops in here. She pops in here every once in a while. It's been a long time since I've seen her over here. I'd love to see her. All right, are you guys ready for day 3? Are you ready for day 3? Morgana, I take you for a horror movies girl. And Henny, half and half, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I like scary movies. But I've never been interested in I never could get into the like Fridays and Friday the 13th and Halloween and all those things. Okay, so I just got a notification from Court TV. It says apparently Quentin Nixon is back to court. And what is what supposed to mean, Morgana? What do you mean? What is what supposed to mean? But this says Live Ohio v. Quentin Nixon medical assistant murder trial. Nixon, who is representing himself in a bench trial, begins his own defense case. He has told the court that he will be taking the stand. All right. We might have to peep in on that, maybe see what his why do you think I would like horror movies? Just because I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe because I already knew you did. And so, like, I learned that early on about you. And so maybe it surprised me then and I just don't remember. But now it doesn't, because I know you and your twisted sense of humor. Just saying. All right, we're going to get into it. Are you ready, Freddy? 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. Sorry. You're very twisted, Morgana. You're not as twisted as Steph is, but you're twisted. You are, for sure. All right. Settings, not settings. Present. That's the button that I would like. And here we are. And let's go. Let's go, Henny says. I love when Henny does that. Henny don't do that very often. But it's like I can hear her saying, let's go. Okay, so I saw her come into court a minute ago. Okay, here's the judge. Here we go now. There he is. There is big face. I must have the audio turned off because I've got my volume all the way up. Dude's hair is so blonde. It blows my mind. Oh, her hair looks pretty today. Looks like she's kind of got it curled a little bit at the bottom. Oh, that guy right there in the blue shirt looks like a bigger version of Bill Clinton. Kinda, a little bit. Right in the face. A little bit, kinda. No, not really, but kinda. Sorry, I just see people, and I'm like a people watcher. When I go places, I like to people watch. Mm. Oh, okay. Morgana says I might be worse than Steph, but just control myself more. I don't. I don't think so. Mm. Mm. I ain't buying it. Come on, turn the audio on.
Now, if you want,
There we go. All right, let's go.
Y'all can get your own chair or move it around now if you want. Y'all are out of the sight line. They've moved the camera, and we did double check it, and all we got was just the top of your head, or all they got. But if y'all want to help the bailiffs move your chairs around now, you can, because you're out of the sight line. All right, we're gonna order lunch for y'all. Y'all got the menus and major selections, and then we're gonna shoot for an hour lunch, maybe even, we will try to break as close to 12 as possible and start back at noon. All right. And if y'all want to take a walk or something, that's fine. Just tell the bailiffs y'all want to go outside, and they'll take a group of you or whatever.
Spins nose.
All right. Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Officer Shaw, good morning. I'll remind you, you're still under oath from yesterday, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. One thing I didn't ask you when I was first starting my cross with you, you seem to have a love for crime scene investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, currently you're with the school police?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why did you leave the crime scene investigation unit with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office?
It was time for me to make a change in my career for both myself and my family.
Okay. So you don't do, obviously, I don't think you do any crime scene investigation with the school police, right?
When asked by the detectives to do some processing, I will perform those duties for them, but that is not my primary functions as a school police officer.
Okay, that's what I thought. Now, going to the front door, the blood droplet that we were talking about yesterday.
Yes, sir.
At 2155 Purcell. In viewing your report last night, you had indicated, and if you need to see your report, let me know. You had indicated that you were told on July 6th to examine that blood droplet, or presumptive blood droplet. Who told you to examine that?
I was either Lieutenant Ballard or Lieutenant Clark. I don't recall which one, but I was asked to go in there and take a look at those.
So, to the best of your knowledge, neither you nor Miss Thrasher, one of the other crime scene techs, discovered that blood droplet.
I did not discover it. I can't say what CSI Thrasher saw.
Okay. So, and you don't know exactly who discovered it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk just a little bit about Blue Star and how, when you order it, how does it come?
So Blue Star is ordered in sets of 2 vials. They come in a tablet form, and then we mix those as needed for use, and then we use an aerosol pump sprayer to distribute the Blue Star across the substrate that we want to process.
Okay, and what do you mix Blue Star? So you got these tablets. I'm assuming you put them in the pump sprayer.
That's a good question, Miss King.
Put some type of liquid in it, correct?
We use distilled water.
Okay,
Possibly.
So you put distilled water in it, not sterile water.
We use distilled water, yes, sir.
Distilled water. Okay. Now, the reason you
Hey,
use
Cuda
distilled
Brown,
water,
when you
sorry,
get here, you'll
yeah,
see
distilled water, the reason
this.
you use that is
Hi.
because it doesn't have
Love
any
you.
organic or inorganic materials in it, correct?
Correct.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, back in 2018, when you was the pump sprayer that you used solely dedicated to using Blue Star?
It was.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, was it used for any other purpose?
No, sir.
If there was any testimony that sterile water was used to mix Blue Star, that would be incorrect.
If they're referring to distilled water as sterile water and they're mixed-using terms, then I don't know what their testimony would be. I know we use distilled water because we buy it in gallon jugs and keep it sealed on our crime scene truck.
Okay, so the distilled water is on the crime scene truck along with the spray bottle?
Correct.
Okay. And you used that same pump sprayer when you tested the RTV, the tractor, and the towel?
Oh, I agree, Veronica. Yeah, I
Yes, sir,
agree.
because it's solely used for our Blue Star application.
Okay, is it, I don't have a photograph of the bottle or anything like that, is it clearly marked that that's the only use of it?
I mean, it's what we tell it's used for. We don't use it for anything else.
Okay, but like my question is, like, is it marked? Like, does the bottle, like, you know, have some tape on it that says Blue Star only?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's just a clear plastic pump sprayer?
Well, it's not clear, but it's
Okay.
used for Blue Star.
What does it look like though? That's my question. What does it look like?
It's an HDX pump aerosol sprayer that you can find at Home Depot.
I was about to say HDX, that's the Home Depot brand.
Mhm.
Okay. But it's not marked in any way that it's solely used for Blue Star, to the best of your knowledge?
It is not.
Okay. Now, with the tractor, I think everybody knows now what the tractor looked like. Because you examined the tractor at the jail, at your crime lab.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right, so you didn't find any evidence of any blood in the bucket of the tractor, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any evidence of blood on the back of the tractor, correct?
Correct.
What we were looking at yesterday, the Blue Star of the, and Judge, if you will switch on the TV.
There you go.
Hey, all right. Showing you Shaw 246. Now, this that you indicated to the jury yesterday indicated the presence of, well, I believe you testified to mammal blood, because that's what Blue Star reacts to, correct?
Correct, mammalian blood.
Mammalian blood, so not amphibian blood or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay, but you did not take any swabs of that for DNA confirmation or human blood confirmation.
Correct.
Now, on the RTV, on 2 locations, and tell me if I'm wrong, because your report's not clear on that. We're looking at 266 at the back of the RTV, and you had indicated that there is the presence, according to Blue Star, of some mammalian blood on the outside of the tailgate on the left-hand side, correct?
There was a chemoluminescent reaction. Yes, sir.
That wasn't swabbed for any type of DNA confirmation, correct?
Correct.
And you also had testified that on the, call it the driver's side of the RTV, that there was a little bit on the outside, also confirmation from the Blue Star.
There was a chemoluminescent reaction. Yes, sir.
And that was also not swabbed for DNA confirmation.
Correct.
Now, you would have investigated the bed of the RTV, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there's no presence of any illumination in the bed of the RTV?
There was not a reaction.
And in the inside, you had taken, perhaps not you, but there was a droplet of blood found on the L2 shifter of the RTV. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was swabbed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, that was sent off to the crime lab?
Correct.
Okay. Did you spray, when you're spraying the Blue Star on the RTV and on the tractor, are you picking and choosing places to spray it, or are you essentially just hosing it down and seeing if you see anything?
No, sir, we apply it to the vehicle as a whole to see if we can observe a reaction.
Okay, so you're spraying the whole thing down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is the only reactions that you got?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me switch. I'm going to show you what was previously admitted under Miss Thrasher. Just going to pull it up. I think it was Thrasher 55. Now, because you were at the scene, right? You've been in the house, been at the burn pile.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. All right. So on the right-hand side of Thrasher 55, those doors where the mouse clicker is, that led to Gary's office, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. And here in the center of the photograph, underneath the circular deck, those doors led into that living room area of the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Now, because you had taken, and Mr. Focus went over with you yesterday, there was some tracks in some mud. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, my mouse dry this morning. You didn't observe any type of tracks up at the house in that lush grass, did you?
I did not see any, no, sir.
You didn't find, well, let me answer it two ways. There were no RTV tracks anywhere around the back of the home, correct? In this photograph? Like up by the house, is my question.
You wouldn't be able to see him in this photograph. So
No,
I
you wouldn't be able
can't-
to see them, but you did not see any up by the house.
No, because when I was observing that, it was dark.
Well, did you go back in the daytime?
I was, but I was not at the back of the house during the daytime. I was at the burn pile and observing the search and rescue at the pond.
Okay. I thought that when you got there on the 5th, it was daylight, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you stated that you had walked essentially the property, you had walked around the house,
No,
down to
sir.
the burn pile? So you never, being the lead crime scene technician, went to the back of the house where the alleged crime scene is and observed it?
We didn't know where the crime scene was when I first arrived.
Okay. Did any, to the best of your knowledge, did any of your investigators that you were in charge of note any tractor tracks or RTV tracks up by the house?
Not that I'm aware of that they noted.
Okay. And going, let me show you a second of what has been admitted previously as aerial 19. Were you out there when they did the drone footage?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Yes. Stop it right there at 9 seconds. Now this is a year, or how much later is this when they went and did that?
If it was done the same day we did the decibel readings, it would have been in July of
Okay.
2019, and I believe we did all of that on the same day.
Okay, did all that on the same day, July of 19, so a year later?
Yes.
Right. And you took, actually on July the 5th, at the burn pile, you took all of those photographs?
The previous year?
Mm-hmm.
Between
2018.
Between myself and Investigator Olnick, yes, we took the pictures.
Okay. And you didn't notice any tracks or anything, at least according to your testimony yesterday, or any drag marks leading down from the house to the burn pile?
I did not note any on the day I arrived.
Okay. You nor any of your other investigators, you took into evidence, you didn't take in any ropes, correct?
None were brought to me, no, sir.
Okay. Chains,
No, sir.
straps?
No, sir.
Okay. And you found
Thank you,
no
Henny.
corroborating evidence of any of Gary Farris's DNA on anything like that, correct?
I'm sorry, ask the question again, sir.
Oh, it was a horrible question. So you didn't take any of, like chains or ropes or straps or anything like that, and so therefore you didn't find any corroborating DNA on anything like that, correct?
I don't know that I understand the question. I can't collect DNA on items I didn't collect, so I don't understand the question.
Well, that is true. That is the question. So There can be nothing found because nothing was collected.
We did not collect any of those items you listed, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ooh.
Now, you also took into evidence a trail camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, were you actually the one who found the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right, did anybody tell you about the trail camera? Or did you just stumble upon it while you were around the burn pile?
I happened to look down and see it tied off to a tree.
Okay, and you went down and you took it off the tree?
Well, after we took pictures of it, but yes, sir. We
Okay.
removed it and removed the SD card.
Okay, so you took the entire camera, the physical camera, and the SD card out of the camera?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you took it down, was it functional?
I don't know, sir. I don't know a lot about trail cameras. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's fine. But you took it into evidence. Did you review any of those photographs?
I did not. We gave that over to our forensic, digital forensic section to let them do their work on that.
Okay, and next question is, did you delete any of the photographs from the SD card?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, we established yesterday that you were the lead crime scene technician, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Ms. Thrasher and Ms. Eckhart, you were, in some ways, their supervisor.
For lack of a better term, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, because they were both fairly inexperienced at that time.
No, sir.
Would it surprise you if Ms. Thrasher testified yesterday that she was in fact inexperienced at that time?
Well, that would be an opinion of herself, but having worked with her, she is capable and competent in doing her job, and I trusted her to do her job.
You said you trusted her to do her job.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you weren't directly supervising her?
I don't know what you mean by directly supervising, sir. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, because when we had talked to, or Mr. Thrasher had testified, she stated that, and Lieutenant Stewart also stated, that prior to getting so many hours and getting your state certification, that you have to essentially work under somebody else.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, you've got your state certification. You went to the National Forensic Academy. That's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, do you know whether or not Ms. Thrasher was able to work alone, or did you just allow her to work alone?
She was able to complete the task that we assigned her, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you assign her those tasks to work inside of the house?
Between myself and Lieutenant Ballard, yes. We divvied up the 10-plus acres and all the different areas between the crime scene investigators.
Okay. And Thrasher she was in the basement doing what she had been assigned, and you were at the burn pile, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you assigned the burn pile, or you chose to do the burn pile?
I chose to take the burn pile.
Yeah, because you had testified yesterday that you kind of find that stuff interesting, correct? The anthropologic aspect of it.
It was also important to make sure that the remains were documented correctly.
Well, absolutely. But, I mean, it is a personal interest to you in crime scene investigation.
Sure.
Okay. So, if you're at the burn pile, and Ms. Thrasher,
Hey,
you
Steph.
cannot supervise her, correct? You're just relying on her to do what she's supposed to do.
I did not do direct supervision. We don't micromanage our crime scene investigators. I don't believe in that form of supervision. We're task-oriented, so they were given tasks to complete. They were able to complete those tasks.
Okay. Now, as the lead crime scene tech, because your report doesn't indicate it, did you ever go out to the barn?
I did not go out to the barn, no, sir.
Okay. Never stepped foot in it.
No, sir.
Don't you think that's kind of important, being the lead crime scene tech, to evaluate the entire property?
If I were to look back on it, yes, I would say it would be important. But at the time that we were tackling this scene, I had faith and trust in my other crime scene investigators. I had another lieutenant who was helping supervise, if you will, to use that term, that he was able to go down there and make sure that those detectives and investigators were doing their job so that I could concentrate on the burn pile and the residents there.
Okay, and would that other lieutenant be Lieutenant Ballard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in some ways, you're relying on Lieutenant Ballard to, and I'll use the word supervise again, to supervise the other crime scene technicians.
Yes, sir, because this was, I mean, it's a large scene, large piece of property to try to
Oh, I understand
manage.
that. So would Lieutenant Ballard be giving out directives to the other crime scene technicians?
It is possible for him to, yes, sir.
Okay. You never reviewed the work of Thrasher, Stewart, or Eckhart, correct? Like you didn't review what they did in this case.
What do you mean by review?
Like go over it, like at the end of the day, like Lieutenant Stewart, tell me what you found. Miss Thrasher, what did you find? Miss Eckhart, what did you find? Where are we at?
No, I did not do that.
Okay. Do you know if Lieutenant Ballard ever did?
That I do not know, sir.
Did you learn anything while you were at the scene regarding Mr. Farris? Well, let me be more specific. That was fake. Specifically, did you learn while you were out there that Mr. Farris was a 6'4", 6'5", 300-pound man?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see Miss Farris at the scene?
No, sir.
Now, you did go, well, you didn't go to the barn, you did go around the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the basement,
Yes, sir.
on the main floor,
Yes, sir.
and you went upstairs.
No, sir.
Didn't go upstairs.
No, sir.
Okay, so the main floor and the basement.
Yes, sir.
All right. So in the basement, you didn't observe any holes in the wall or any broken household items.
I did not see any defects, no, sir.
Okay. And same question upstairs on the main floor. Didn't observe any holes in the wall, any household broken items.
I didn't see any defects.
Regarding, did you ever go those doors that I showed you on, I think it was 55, the doors leading out of the basement? Did you ever go in and out of those doors?
Once or twice when it was dark.
Okay. Did you ever go out the front door?
Not until the following days when the detectives were going through the residence after we had completed our work at the pile, in the barn, in search and rescue, completed theirs.
Okay. In either of those, even though it's dark, being the crime scene technician, did you observe any damage
Hey, Lee.
or anything to the?
Thank you, buddy, for the update. I appreciate that. Do we know, Lee, when the worst part of the storm is supposed to hit? Like, do they have a time? Awful, 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 and scary, scary, scary.
Entryways of those doors.
No, sir.
You didn't see any evidence of a struggle in the basement, correct?
I did not see any evidence of a struggle in the basement.
Same question upstairs in the main house, main part of the house. No evidence of a struggle up there.
No evidence of a struggle, correct, sir.
1 second here.
It's supposed to start getting bad tonight, Donnie, after dark? Or it started getting bad last night after dark? Lee says latest report is that it will make landfall
Did you drive the
sometime around
truck
midnight.
to-
Oh my goodness. Give or take 2 hours depending on who you talk to. So tonight, midnight. Okay, Donnie. Yeah, yes, tonight after dark. I think I heard that last night that it was, but I didn't know if things had changed, you know. Why do things like that have to happen late when people are tired? You know, you stressed all day and it because the storm is coming, and then it doesn't even, the worst of it doesn't even show up until when you're supposed to be in the bed. And yeah, ugh.
Your big crime scene truck. Did you drive it or did Miss Thrasher drive it?
Well, at least it gives you time, Lee, to, you know, do last minute things to prepare, you know? Ugh.
I believe I had Ms. Thrasher drive it to the scene, and I maneuvered it down as close as we could get to the pile.
Okay, exactly. So you did take the crime scene truck down to as close to the burn pile as you could get.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm assuming you went around the back of the house.
I called it the side. It was the left side of the house. I don't.
So we don't have any confusion. I'll just show you, okay?
Okay.
Thrasher 2. So you got the garage here. Did
I
you
thought
go
it
to
was
the
a cat-
left side of this photograph or the right side?
Is it category 5 now? I don't know how that works, but I thought it was a category 5.
Of this photograph.
Left side.
Left side, okay. So that would have been toward the chicken coop, because we've seen some evidence that there's a chicken coop in the backyard.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you drove it that way down to the burn pile.
Okay.
Yes,
It's
sir.
currently a 5, but they were thinking that it would weaken by the time it hit landfall to a 3. And then they brought it back up to a 4 for landfall now. Lord have mercy. $250 miles wide. Jesus, Jesus. Okay. All right. Well, Lee, you're in our thoughts and prayers, buddy. We love you. Just grab hold of something and hang on. I mean, I wish everybody I know and love in Florida would just come stay with me. Come stay with me. Category sustained winds 96 to 110 miles per hour for Category 2. Category 3, 111 to 129 miles per hour. 4 is 130 to 156, and 5 is 157 or higher. Yeah. I heard it was like closer to like 180. That's scary. Southwest of Tampa. So you're still pretty much on the coast then? You're not in a current evacuation zone. Are you prepared to evacuate if they do it last minute? 10 miles inland. Wow. Okay. That's not very 10 miles ain't nothing. 10 miles ain't nothing. Morgana said, are you going to a shelter, Lee? Depends on if I can get a hold of the shelter due to the cats. Yeah, I heard you talk about that last night. Donnie said, my brother said his friend owns 85 acres of flat land in northeastern Florida. He put out a message for anyone that they can come to his property. Cars, RVs, pets, it's full. Wow. No, Lee, don't say that. Don't apologize. I don't care about that. No. No. Replay crew, they can fast forward if they don't, you know. No, Lee. Steph says BRB I'm behind, but I'm gonna call my mom. Okay. Well. All right. Just keep us. I mean, I know it's everybody, every which direction you go, people are saying, keep us updated. Sherry said, Lee, please keep us posted. So I don't know what the easiest way is for you to, you know. Aw, Donnie, that's sweet. She said, can I make any calls for you to see where the pet-friendly shelters are? Yeah, I did hear about that, Donnie, about the free Uber rides to the shelters. Depending on power and phone service, I'll do what I can. Sherry said Facebook. Well, I think the easiest thing for you to do would be have a central person that you update and let that central person update everybody else. So that way you're not concerned with having to, message 50 people. Donnie said, I know in Venice there was one, but they just got evacuated. Oh, lordy. Lee said, no, it's not the pet-friendly part that's a concern. They're indoor cats, and we never got them rabies shots, so getting them to be accepted into the shelter, that's the problem. Yeah, he said that last night, Lee did. He said their cats never go outside, so they never stayed up on the rabies shots because they didn't see the need in it. And since rabies is not like an airborne disease, would the places let them bring the cats if the cats are in their carriers, right? And the cats are his wife's emotional support animals. So. Well, we love you, Lee and Lenore. And we're praying. I've kept saying it. All the Lord's got to do is just go poof and blow it away, and it just disintegrates right in the air, and it's done and gone. So that's what I'm praying for. All right, we'll get back to the trial. Okay, you're waiting for them to call back. Good. At least that part's on the verge of being taken care of. So, one less thing to have to worry about. Aw. Miss King says, I love people that love their animals so much. Donnie said she'll call her brother in Fort Myers to ask if he knows of any place, just to have options. Thank you, Donnie. That's very sweet of you. Very, very sweet. All right, let's get back to this. But I'll be watching for updates, Lee, anywhere anywhere you want to. If I hear it through a central person, that's fine with me, as long as I just know that, you're okay. Love you guys. Big O mucho macho.
All right, no further questions, Josh.
You're gonna do the videos now, or you got a few minutes?
Judge, I can walk into that. I got a couple of redirects if I can go to that.
Let me know when we're gonna get there, and I'll tell the jury they can stretch and stuff before we get to it. All right.
Good morning, Shaw. How are you?
Good, sir.
Now, I seem to interpose the numbers and things like that, but 2155 Purcell Lane, sometimes I say 2511, but 2155 Purcell Lane, what county is that in?
It's in Cherokee County.
When counsel was asking about evidence of a struggle or anything like that, but law enforcement did find evidence of a violent crime, didn't they, in the house?
Yes, sir.
Blood up top, main floor,
Yes, sir.
blood down the steps.
Yes, sir.
Just there's evidence that there's blood down the steps, and they testified that. You may not like the answer, but that's the
I don't
evidence.
know, there's been testimony about blood on the steps. You can ask about, anyway.
I'll rephrase. You collected things you believed law enforcement suspected as blood, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you find a projectile in the basement?
Projectile was located. Yes, sir.
Now, sometimes we were talking about when you did tests, we talked about a field test versus a GBI test. So the jury knows when you do some type of testing, are you just trying to see if there's the presence of, say, blood? And that's the difference. In other words, you can use like a.
Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. You didn't have to, but I really appreciate it, because eventually I would have been coming and going pack, 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 pack on your door, your virtual door, right? Checking in. So just saying. But thank you for letting us know.
A field test is a certain thing, and then if you have luminol or blue star, that's a different type of testing, but ultimately the GBI does a completely different type of testing on evidence. What is a field test? When you say a field test, and I think it was OBTIS, that type of test, what is that exactly?
They are tests that we use in the field to determine if we have the presence of something to go the next step in collection, packaging, and then make the determination later to send that to the GBI for them to do their specific test, whether that's biology, toxicology, firearms, latents, so that we're not just collecting an entire house to say we've collected evidence. We want to use field presumptive tests to narrow our collection, but stay within the scopes of any legal documents that we're using to collect, so that we can make those determinations in the field using recognized testing.
So a field test is you believe it's something, then you have a field test to see if that confirms or gives weight to what you believe the item is. Would that be fair?
I would use the analogy, it puts us in the ballpark.
Let's call it an indicator, move on.
And then the GBI testing, there's no requirement that a field test has to be done before the GBI does its testing, does it?
That is correct.
And so totally different, separate things, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to turn your attention to going back to the property about a year later, and Judge, this is where I'm going to get into the July 18th of 2019. I believe it was a Thursday. I believe this was the same day that we're going to talk about some shots were tested, some sound testing. Also, I think the drone photographs and videos were taken on July 18th of 2019. Did you go out there that day, and were you there when the marshal office did what they did?
Yes, sir.
If you could, when you went out to do the testing, the firing rounds and things like that, why did y'all want to do that?
During the course of the investigation, I believe it was brought up that someone couldn't hear a sound, and so we wanted to perform an experiment to see if, in fact, those statements were true.
And if you would, just kind of tell the jury what the setup was, what did the marshals do, what were you doing? Just give them the layout of how this sound testing went that day.
So the marshal's office purchased read decibel meters. They'd had some issues elsewhere in the county, so they were able to purchase these. We knew they had these devices there, calibrated and maintained by the Cherokee Marshal's office. And so we asked them to bring their decibel meters, and we were going to set them up in different locations on the property to have the Marshal's office do the reading. They were going to compile the data since it's their equipment. Prior to deploying their equipment, they made sure that it was within their tolerances. Their deputy marshals held the equipment, recorded the readings. We were there to observe and to discharge the firearm.
Did y'all set up in different places on the property?
We did.
What do you mean, where are all the places that people were at?
We were in the apartment in the barn.
So Scott's apartment?
Yes, sir. We were at the front gate, so at the end of their driveway with the deputy marshal, in the master bedroom and the main floor.
Now, we've agreed, the parties, instead of calling about 4 or 5 other witnesses, we're going to present the evidence through you. So were you able to get a look at the reports by the marshal's office and kind of the findings, the sound readings that they took?
Yes, sir.
So the marshal's office, what is the marshal's office in Cherokee County? What type of law enforcement agency is that compared to the sheriff's office?
The marshal's office main mission here in Cherokee County is to enforce the county ordinances, the will of the Board of Commissioners, animal control, and certain DOT roadway regulations. They are a full-service marshal's office with the power to arrest. They're deputized by the sheriff, but they are not primary law enforcement in that they don't respond to traditional calls for service like a police officer or a deputy sheriff would. They have a very specific mission similar to my mission as a school police officer. So that's their main function.
Did they do investigations or cases dealing with noise violations, something along those lines?
They do. Illegal dumping, runoff, construction, permitting, all that stuff falls under their purview.
Did they bring the sound readers, the sound meters?
They did.
Is this something that is used in law enforcement practices at the time?
I was not aware of it being used. We do have certain laws in our Title 40 where we would measure decibel meters. I've only seen it used one time when I was a city police officer, and that deals with noise at a certain distance. But in this type of investigation, this is the first time that I had witnessed it being used to prove or disprove a statement.
Somebody ends up shooting rounds into something, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury who was doing it and where were the shots being taken place and what was being shot.
So we have a, basically it's our defensive tactics mannequin from the training center, Captain Joe Satterfield, who at the time was the CID commander, was the one discharging the weapon. We found a .38 caliber pistol that we believe was similar to the projectiles that we had gotten back. and had several old vests that we had returned to us at the sheriff's office that we were discharging the projectiles into. And so the vest would be straight over the mannequin, set up in the house, and then we were all on a talk around radio channel. I would give them a countdown, and then you'll hear shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, and then they know to record their data. And
Was
so
this- Was this done in a manner so everybody was safe?
Yes, sir.
Good shot, Satterfield shoot?
Yes, sir.
You know, so you nod your head, very good shot.
Yes, sir. He's a national champion.
So in this environment, where were you mainly at during this time?
Right next to Captain Satterfield.
Now, the marshals that were involved, make sure I get this right. Gene Beluso was one, Matthew McMullen was another, Dakota Smith was a third, and then Richard Ricketts, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then they were set up in different places, and we have the videos and things that we have. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through those, and I'm gonna ask you about the recordings as we go, probably. Judge, at this time, by agreement, the state tenders into evidence CMO for Cherokee County Marshal's Office, CMO 1 through 28. We don't.
I love when they do this kind of stuff.
This first one
Donnie, you
Yes.
weren't interrupting, honey. I appreciate the help.
is about 2 minutes and 35 seconds long. I'm just gonna play it. Which I don't know if there's a mute on or.
Three, two, one, shots fired, shots fired. Record your reading. Ceasefire, ceasefire.
Okay, close the door. You get that reading? You get that reading?
Yeah, I got it recorded.
All right. No.
Is this framed about right? Can you see good with the camera? What's your,
Take a half step to your right and get your shot. There you go.
I'm still a decent shot, but I'm gonna spread these next two out a little bit to protect that Kevlar.
Yeah.
All right, you got it, stand by. Three, two, one, shots fired, shots fired. Record. Stand by. Three, two, one, shots fired, shots fired. Record. Ceasefire.
This is exhibit CMO 2.
Two, one,
It is about 37 seconds long.
fire. Record the data. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
So here we've moved from upstairs to downstairs, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is CMO 3,
Stand by. Stand
about
by.
32 seconds long.
2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
CMO 4, 41 seconds.
All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
CMO 5,
3,
51
2,
seconds.
1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
Sometimes doors will be open, sometimes doors closed, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Report your data.
CMO 6,
3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired.
CMO 6.
Report your data.
Doors closed in this one.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Report your data.
As you look on CMO 6, you see, was it Captain Satterfield?
Hey, Kel, good morning.
What does he have around his ears or over his ears?
Ear protection.
Now, when you qualify, do you have to qualify twice a year with firearms? Once a year? How many times do you
Well,
qualify?
The state requires once a year. In my current position, I shoot 6 times a year.
Have you been shooting pistols for quite some time as in your career?
Yes, sir.
You ever been on the range and you forgot to put your ears on?
Yes, sir.
Is there a distinct difference between hearing a gunshot with ears on or ears off?
It's a very distinct difference.
Now let's go into Pelusos. There's going to be CMO 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. I want to see those, but when you have, if you could just tell us, give us the, I'm going to start and go through the sections here. So for Peluso's recordings, the first 4 here I want to talk about. The sound meter was in the, I guess, the living room, dining room area, and the gun was in the same area. And then I think these are with the master bedroom door open and the basement door closed, the first 4. If you would give the jury what the reading is, the ambient reading, by that I mean no guns being fired, just whatever the room is giving off. And then when the fire takes place, what the reading is. So when you have the living room, The sound mirrors in the living room and the guns in the same room. So what are the first 4 readings for those?
From Captain Peluso's report, he said the ambient room resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 126.3 decibels for test number 1. For test number 2, the resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 106.8 decibels. For test number 3, the resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 103.4 decibels. And then for test number 4, the resting sound was 45 decibels with a max sound of 113.3 decibels.
And then when the sound meter is in the basement and the guns in the same area, the videos and things that we were watching, looks like there's about 5 through 14. So let's go through. So 5 is when the master bedroom door is open and the basement door is closed. What was that, the 2 readings for that?
For test number 5, the resting sound was 57.6 decibels with a max sound of 109.5 decibels.
And then the next shot, the 6th shot, master bedroom door open and basement door closed, was that?
The resting sound was 46.6 decibels with a max sound of 127.8 decibels.
And then the next reading?
For test number 7, the resting sound was 56.4 decibels with a max sound of 111.4.
Can you give us the next one if you would?
Yes, sir.
You can just go through them until it changes.
For test number 8, the resting sound was 49.5 decibels with a max of 127.5 decibels. Test number 9, the resting was 40.1 decibels with a max of 109.9 decibels.
It appears on the 10th one, the master bedroom door is open and the basement door is open too.
Yes, sir.
And I guess that's how it is until you close it out. What are those?
Yes, sir. So for 10, 11, and 12.
Right.
For test number 10, the decibel reading for resting was 46.6 decibels with a max of 108.7. For 11, the resting sound was 54.4 decibels with a max of 127.5 decibels. And then for number 12, the resting was 54 decibels with a max of 127 decibels.
And then 13 and 14, with the master bedroom door closed and the basement door open. There are no videos for these, but what were the readings that you had?
For 13 and 14, the resting was 40.1 decibels with a max of 124.8. And for test number 14, the resting was 40.1 with a max of 127 decibels.
So CMO 7, Peluso 1. 13 seconds. CMO 8. 32 seconds. CMO 9. 33 seconds. I'm going to back this up so that the middle of the recording. You need, for the screen, where you're actually looking at the device itself, the read device, it has some sound levels. Can you just tell us what the low levels are and the high levels?
Specifically for this device, I'm not sure. I know for.
I just want, what's on the?
Oh, theirs, they set, their low is 30 to 100 decimal meters, so that's their range when they have it on low setting. These were all set to high setting, as indicated in their reports with a max hold. So their high setting ranges from 60 to 130 decibels, and so they have their plus or minus, and the read device plus or minus is 1.4 decibels.
CMO 10. About 23 seconds. CMO 11. About 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
I don't know. To me, it looks like it would be a really fun job. You guys, I'm freezing. I had to put a sweater thing on. I'm frozen to death this morning or this afternoon now. I'm cold. Cold. Burr. I have coffee, but it's not hot anymore. As soon as I finish my cup, it's my black coffee. As soon as I finish that, I'll make me another cup, but put some creamer in it. A nice hot cup, fresh hot cup. Burr. Cold. Ooh. All right, I'm on a 1.25 past this. Or maybe 1.5.
CMO 12. About a minute 53.
Okie doke spins. Have a good part of your day till you get back, and then have an even better part of your day. I've got it on 1.5 speed right now.
CMO 13, the last one was about minute 22.
I think you said this was the last one, 1 minute and 23 seconds long.
I'm ready. I need you a half step left. There. Perfect. You good, Gene? Gene, you good?
Ready? Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Step out. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Step out.
Now let's go to Matthew McMullen's readings. The first one, sound meter in the master bedroom, the gun in the living dining room area. There's 4 readings there. All the doors are open. The first 2, 1 and 2 doors are open. Master bedroom, then the third and fourth master bedroom door closed. Give us those readings if you would.
Yes, sir. The resting sound for test 1 was 14.7 decibels with a max of 97.9 decibels. For test 2, the resting sound was 14.7 with a max sound of 109.2 decibels.
And then the third and fourth are with the door closed.
Yes, sir, the doors were closed. The resting sound for test number 3 was 14.7 decibels with a max sound of 92.2 decibels. And then for test 4, the resting sound again was 14.7 decibels with a max sound of 93.1 decibels.
And then shots 5 through 14, I think the sound meter is the master bedroom and the gun's in the basement. Let's see, 5 and 6 and the master bedroom door open. What are those readings?
The resting sounds 14.6 decibels with a max of 77.3 decibels for test number 5. Then test number 6 had a resting sound of 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 77.9 decibels.
7 and 8, master bedroom doors closed. What are those?
The resting again 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 63.6 decibels for test number 7. Test number 8, the resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 66 decibels.
9 and 10 looks like a master bedroom door open. What are those?
The resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 65.5 decibels for test number 9. Test number 10, the resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 67.2 decibels.
Here's that 11 and 12 shots that weren't recorded, no data on those, but the 13, 14,
Yes,
master
sir.
bedroom door closed. What were those readings?
The resting sound was 14.6 decibels for test number 13 with a max sound of 54.9 decibels. And then for test number 14, the resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 57.8 decibels.
This is McMullen or CMO 14. First one's 10 seconds. CMO 15, 6 seconds. CMO 16, 8 seconds. CMO 17, 8 seconds. CMO 18, 23 seconds. CMO 19, 6 seconds. CMO 20, 10 seconds. CMO 21, 7 seconds. CMO 22. That was 7 seconds. CMO 23. That was 8 seconds. CMO 24. 16 seconds. Steamer at 25. That's 9 seconds. Now, turning to the, I believe, the sound meter is going to be with Officer Dakota Smith in the apartment, and the guns in the main house. Is that now where we're going to discuss apartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. 1 through 6, the shots there with the refrigerator on. Give the jury, if you would, and it looks like it's the same reading for all of them.
Yes, sir. So they had the refrigerator turned on, and we did it with the refrigerator turned off. So the first 6 tests for these, the refrigerator is on. 4 shots, 1 through 6, both the resting and the max decibel recording reading for all 6 was 40 decibels.
And then shots 7 through 14, doesn't look like there's any data for the 14th shot, but with the refrigerator on, give us the readings for Smith's recordings 7 through 13.
For 7 through 14, the refrigerator was turned off for those. So shot 7, the resting and the max was 35 decibels. For 8, the resting and max was 39 decibels. For shot 9, the resting and max was 39 decibels. For 10, the resting and max was 36. For 11, the resting and max was again 36 decibels. For 12, the resting was 35 decibels, but the max was 47. And for 13, the resting was 35
Can
decibels,
anybody
and the max was
inform me why
47.
this even matters?
CMO 26, Smith's first one.
Like what?
It's about 5 minutes and 17 seconds.
What's the point in this particular information?
Clear. I can barely hear. Okay, there we go.
I mean, I understand why they would do it if there was like people that lived close to in proximity to them. You know, did you hear a gunshot at this time? Blah, blah, blah. But like this guy looks like he's down in the basement trying to see if he can hear the shots that are being fired upstairs or something. But why would that matter? Unless,
Yeah, I'm just going to stop. Pretty much like that. The rest of them going to stop right at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. No objection from this.
unless they're trying to say, in my mind, it would make more sense for the defense to be the ones to bring this up, because if they're trying to blame this on the son, you know, could he have been shot by the son and the wife didn't hear it because she was in some other part of the house? You know what I'm saying? Like, or upstairs or downstairs or whatever. I don't know. I don't understand the point. I mean, I thought when they were doing the shooting thing that it was going to be about could it have hit someone and then landed here by this rug, you know? That's what I was thinking they were going to do, but I don't see it.
All right. And we'll go to CMO 27, which is Smith. I guess this is with the refrigerator off.
And why about the refrigerator on and off? I don't understand that either. Like, what does the refrigerator have to do with anything? Unless the refrigerator would absorb some of the gun noise. But again, why with it on versus with it off? I mean, are we going to assume that she unplugged the refrigerator and shot him and then plugged it back in? Like, what? I don't understand this line of questioning. Sherry, I think so,
This one is
but
10 minutes. I just want to move ahead to about 1 minute mark. So we'll play for a little bit. Let's get ahead about 3 minutes. We'll stop recording CMO 27, probably 5 minutes unless the defense wants to go. All right, so done. And finally, let's move to the last one. Richard Ricketts was taking a reading down. He was at the front gate and the gun was at the main house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like they were, let's give the readings 1 through 14. What do you have?
I have 1 through 12 for Sergeant Ricketts.
Right, no data for 13, 14?
Correct. For test number 1, the resting sound was 55.2 decibels with a max of 61.9 decibels. For test number 2, the resting sound was 57.3 decibels with a max of 62.5 decibels. For test number 3, the resting was 48.9 decibels with a max of 53.7 decibels. For number 4, the resting was 51.3 decibels with a max of 58.7 decibels. For test number 5, the resting was 54.2 decibels with a max of 68.9 decibels. For number 6, the resting sound was 48.9 decibels with a max of 66.7 decibels. And for number 7, the resting sound was 59.7 decibels with a max of 74.6 decibels. For test number 8, the resting sound was 55.2 decibels with a max of 63.2 decibels. For test number 9, the resting sound was 68.4 decibels with a max of 73.7 decibels. For test number 10, the resting sound was 57.3 decibels with a max sound of 65 decibels. For number 11, the resting was 58.4 decibels with a max of 66 decibels. And for number 12, the resting sound was 57.2 decibels with a max of 65.3 decibels.
This is CMO 28. It's about 9 minutes and 45 seconds.
All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Stand by, stand by. All units. 3, 2, 1. Shots. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. Close the measure board. Measure board. All units stand by. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired. Shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 2, 1. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Okay, Steph, that makes sense. But still, yeah, a lot of fluff and filler. Like, why? And who said that they couldn't hear someone, a gunshot? Mm-mm-mm.
All units stand by. 3, 2. All units stand by. Y'all come back over to the main house.
Some of those shots with doors would be open, not open, is that right?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Jim.
Good time to break. All right, take a short break.
All right, and they're gonna take a break. Gonna take a break. All right, let's fast forward. Past their break. Okay. Maybe she's the one who said she didn't hear it. And they're trying to prove it would be impossible for her to hear it if the son, in fact, did it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards myself, Steph. Or the reason behind it, I mean. I don't know. Mm-mm-mm.
Talk to you again about the presumptive blood test and things like that. So just to clear up, regarding the RTV and tractor with the Blue Star, the only thing that you can testify to this jury that based on your training experience, based on the Blue Star fluorescence, is that it is mammal blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's on the RTV and the tractor?
Yes,
or
sir.
Anywhere you find Blue Star.
Anywhere Blue Star is deployed.
But you would agree with me that you can't definitively say it's human blood,
Correct.
and you can't definitively say if it is human blood, whose it is.
Correct.
But you could determine those things if it was swabbed and sent to the crime lab.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Again, you didn't do your job, sir.
Mr. Fogus's direct examination of you, with the how long you had done this. It's been a while though, right? Been a CSI.
Yes, sir.
How long has it been?
Since 2010,
2010. So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
2021.
2021. So by the time we got to 2018, you'd already been doing it 8 years.
Yes, sir.
And I assume you had done hundreds of investigations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during that time, during that 8-year period, have you ever taken any samples from a home, such as cut out drywall,
Yes, sir.
cut up carpet,
Yes, sir.
taking carpet into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever taken it out of the home or the business you were investigating, taken it and sent it to the crime lab?
Yes, sir.
Have you taken it back to your lab and tested it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it is possible that, for example, you recall that the stairs leading from the main floor down to the basement was carpeted, correct? in this case?
I believe they were both carpet and wood.
Yeah,
Combo.
carpet and wood. So that carpet could have been either taken up as a whole or cut out sections if there was believed to be blood on it, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any gunshot residue swabs taken on any of the people?
I don't recall if it was done prior to my arrival.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to kind of bounce around a little bit because the gunshot audio testing and the crime scene investigation, something occurred to me. Okay, so just let me know if I confuse you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so
Don't let me confuse you.
first off, and I know it wasn't you, but you're the one testifying about it, so I got to ask you, whose idea was this to do this testing?
Former ADA employed with the judicial circuit here.
Okay, former assistant district attorney.
Yes, sir.
It was not Ms. Frankish or Mr. Vogus.
Correct.
Okay. So y'all got your directives from the DA's office to go perform this specific type of testing.
Through the case agent. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what you already watched, the CMO1. I'm not going to play the whole video here. But we're looking at the ballistics dummy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that your department provided?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's wearing, so we've got the dummy here, and we've also got a ballistic bulletproof vest on, correct?
Correct.
All right. Who made the decision to put the dummy where it is in CMO1?
I don't know, sir. It was not I. It wasn't me.
Wasn't you?
I don't know how they determined placement of the mannequin.
Okay, that's fair enough. Who was in charge out here when you were there?
The DA's office and the case agent.
DA's office, and would that be case agent Detective Hayes?
It would have been him or Sergeant Westbrook, whoever's in charge at that time.
Were
I
all
was
those-
just there to witness.
Okay, no, I ain't blaming you.
No,
Who, but was Westbrook there?
he was.
He was, all right. Hayes was there.
Yes, sir.
Was the ADA there?
Yes, sir.
But yet again, not Ms. Frankish or Mr. Focus.
Correct.
All right. So all of those people are there. So you're just there doing your thing. Fair enough?
We provided the ballistic vest and the mannequin you see.
In the manning. Okay. But you didn't have anything to do in placement.
No, I just attempted to make it as testing as uniform as possible.
Okay. And it's wearing that bulletproof vest so that the bullet doesn't pass through the mannequin.
Correct.
And that firearm you're using is a 38 special?
Yes, sir.
Who provided the firearm?
The sheriff's office.
And this is just out of blatant curiosity. Is it a deputy's private gun, or the sheriff's office just has an assortment of guns for this purpose? Or
Was through the training department. The training unit has different firearms.
okay. Now you'll also notice, and this is where you may. Oh, I'm bouncing back and forth.
We
okay?
didn't
Between
fast forward, so
July
to speak.
5
We
and
just
6, 2018, and July 2019.
plopped it up to
you're doing this.
1.5
So
speed
let me know if I can.
to get through all
So we
those
can see in
test
CMO1
fires.
that you've got the rug here, and that's where the dining room table was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and y'all have moved the dining room table, and, you've got the, the knickknacks and stuff and the dishes over there. All right, so y'all moved all that stuff. So what I'm gonna show you is Thrasher 55. When you got out to the scene to do the audio testing, is this how it looked it's Thrasher 84. Is that how it looked?
I don't recall us moving any furniture.
Okay.
The
Well, let's-
residence was as it was when we arrived.
Okay. But you can see from here, the table's not there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the table had been moved.
Correct.
Okay. Now this rug. So this rug is here on the July of 2019, right?
Yes, sir.
And when Ms. Thrasher took this photograph, July 5th of 2018, the rug's still there, correct?
Yes,
All righty. And as you'll recall, being the lead crime scene technician, there was some presumptive blood found up here where the mouse is, kind of on the edge of the rug at the top, which leads downstairs, correct?
Correct.
All right. So this rug, if it's here in 2019, this rug wasn't taken into evidence, correct?
Correct.
Nor was any of those, what it looks like to be a silk chair. None of that was taken into evidence or, to your knowledge, even reviewed for any possible blood spatter. Because you didn't do it.
Correct. I did not do it, no, sir.
And did you review any of the other crime scene technicians' reports prior to testifying today?
Prior to testifying today, no, sir, I did not.
Have you reviewed them in the past?
Back closer to the incident, I'm sure I've read them, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall anything on any of those reports that this rug or these silk chairs being examined for presumptive evidence of blood?
What do you mean by presumptive?
Any evidence that there was any blood on this rug or these chairs?
Okay, so we have a difference of word. Are you asking if we tested for the presence of blood?
I'm asking if they even looked for it.
I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to put words into CSI Thrasher or CSI Eckert's mouth.
Sure, I'm not asking you to do
We
that.
would,
I'm asking you if you know if they reviewed, examined the rug and these chairs for any evidence of blood.
again, I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to make an assumption. We are taught we look for blood stains, blood spatter. If we don't see any, we move on and move down the road. To question her methodology while she's taking her photographs, I would not feel comfortable making an assumption. We are taught during our initial walkthrough to look for that stuff.
Okay. So is it fair to assume then that if they didn't find it, that it's not there?
Again, I don't want to make an assumption or put words into CSI Thrasher's mouth in regards to that.
Okay. Now, you also placed the ballistics dummy downstairs, correct?
Yes, sir, we brought it downstairs.
While you were there, do you recall who made the decision to test it downstairs?
Again, we were getting all our direction from the ADAs there.
Okay. Do you recall them actually moving it downstairs?
Well, we had to move it downstairs to perform the test.
Well, I know. That's why I asked if you recall them moving it downstairs.
Yes, sir, because
Okay.
we went downstairs.
All right. Let me just. So you recall from being downstairs that around this chair there was an ottoman, correct?
Are we talking about 2019 or 18?
2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is obviously the basement, and the dummy's been positioned around where that ottoman was in front of the chair. It's a little dark because they don't have the lights on the left-hand side of the video, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so presumably somebody at the DA's office made the decision to place the dummy where it is, around the place of that ottoman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just 1 second, sir. Was there ever any conversation while you were out there? First of all, how long did this take? I mean, the videos are approximately 40 minutes. Is that how much time it took to do this, or did it take a lot longer that we're not seeing?
It took longer for setup, movement, getting everybody in position, ensuring that everybody's in position, probably about 2-3 hours.
Okay. And there was no testing placing the dummy at the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
And there was no testing placing the dummy in the barn?
Correct.
And so, since there was no testing putting the dummy there, there's no audio recording of shooting the dummy in those locations, right?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
You do it? All right, you step down.
Just be on call.
All right, clear next witness.
This time the state calls Ricky Collett. Ricky Collett.
You know, this guy is like, thank God I'm done here. Donnie, I know that they said that we would be hearing from Scott. which is the one that they're blaming. I don't know though. I don't know. I would expect to hear from some of them.
You just go stand behind the chair and swear you in and sit down. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear affirm the evidence you about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you for being here today. If you tell the jury your full name,
Ricky Collette.
where do you work and what do you do, sir?
I work for Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services, and I'm a battalion chief.
In Cherokee County, is law enforcement and the fire department, are they separated?
Yes, sir.
I know some counties, they're combined into, both are in the same house. How many firefighters and things like that do we have in Cherokee County?
Right now, I think we just have approximately 400 firefighters.
And what level of service does your department provide to the county?
Yes, sir. We pretty much provide an all hazards department, from taking a person to the hospital in the ambulance to swift water rescue, dive, hazmat, search and rescue, in your normal assisting citizens off the floor, to again take them to the hospital, to house fires.
How long have you been working as a firefighter?
I've been a certified firefighter for almost 35 years.
And how many people do you supervise, or how many things do you actually control and manage?
Yes, sir. As battalion chief, I oversee 9 fire stations, and there's approximately 40 to 45 personnel that I oversee directly.
What made you get into this line of work?
I remember in the middle 80s, 1980s, there was a tornado that came through our community, and it was just a young teenager riding through, looking at all the destruction. I saw firefighters out in the middle of all the rain and the wind. I'm like, that's where I want to be, right there. And
Been there the whole time?
Yes, sir. I just want to be a help.
And do you enjoy it?
I love it.
What type of specialties or specializations do you have under your belt? What do you do?
Yes, sir. Of course, I'm a certified firefighter. I'm a paramedic. I'm a certified dive instructor. I help oversee our special operations teams. I'm an assistant to the special operations chief. So I have specialties in hazmat, rope, of course, dive and search and rescue.
And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Tell the jury, if you would, what kind of dive team or dive squad that we have here in the county.
Yes, sir. So Cherokee County, we have, over the years, we started with a volunteer dive team, and we've transitioned to pretty much a fully staffed career, what we call career, our firefighters on duty dive team. We have, of course, Lake Allatoona is our main body of water here in the county. So our divers are trained as what we call public safety divers. As just an ordinary person, you go to the dive shop, you get an open water certification, and then once from there we progress to what we call public safety divers, so more intense. We dive in basically hazmat dry suits where we stay dry while we're diving, full face piece. We have underwater communications, and we search on a rope or a hand line that's connected to a person on the shore.
Have you been called out before to assist law enforcement in investigation of a criminal matter?
Yes, sir, we have.
Outside of this case, other things?
Yes, sir.
Is it usually to retrieve evidence or look for evidence?
Yes, sir.
I want to turn your attention now, I believe, July 6th of 2018 and July 7th of 2018. I believe you and your squad went out there for 2 days to 2155 Purcell Lane, the scene location in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Up on the screen in front of you, you probably see this aerial 3 exhibit. This is the pond on the property that we're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
If you would, tell the jury what this pond, what it was like specifically about the bottom and how that is maybe different from other type of water you've been in before.
Right, so generally, smaller ponds like this, we pretty much know there's no visibility. So you're basically what we call black water, zero visibility. I often describe it as diving in chocolate milk. Sometimes you can see some light, but you can't see the hand in front of your face. So when we dove this pond, anything below 2 feet deep in the water, there's hardly any light, and there was about 3 inches of silt on the bottom of the pond. So when we searched, we're having to search by field.
What's the bottom like? Was it, what type, if you could compare it to something like a natural lake or a natural pond, what was it like?
It was just what we call a silty bottom. It's very soft. Same as about 3 inches from where the top of the silt to the hard bottom was in the water. So it's not like if you go to Lake Altoona, we have the hard clay bottom. It's not like that in the ponds.
Is the bottom of this pond, this water here, is it so that it was so muddy that things could actually get down, you couldn't find it, it'd be very difficult, or what was this one like in comparison?
Compared to what we dove before, it wasn't that difficult. It wasn't. There was a layer of silt, but it wasn't so deep it was hindering us from searching.
On July 6th, that Friday of 2018, it looks like y'all were there from about 12 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
And then you came back the next day, July 7th, that Saturday. Looks like you're there from about 9 o'clock in the morning until about 6 o'clock in the evening. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were they long days?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what you actually, when you got out there, what you were tasked to do, and then we're gonna look at some pictures. But tell us what you did.
Okay, so as being the dive team leader I met with the sheriff's office, and I think it was at the time Captain Pinion. He told us that he would like for us to search the pond. We were looking for a weapon in the pond, and that he would like for us to conduct a thorough search of the pond. Of course, it was summertime. It was hot, so I assembled our team together and briefed them on what our objectives were, and we started our day diving.
And the assignment, the pond, the lake, the body of water is less than a half acre. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then the division, how did you divide? I guess it was 7 areas to do a systematic search?
Yes, sir. Just the way the pond is laid out and the way we conduct our search. So in order for us to conduct a thorough search, I just broke the pond down into smaller sections using just some of the natural trees and the areas of the pond. So to make sure that we had a thorough search of the pond, we just break it up into smaller sections.
And when you would do something like this, do you want to have a control or a supervision to make sure that your people are actually searching systematically and find things? Are you using any type of control, or in our world we talk about a widget, but you probably call it assault, I think is what you call it.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. How do you do that?
Okay, so when we were tasked to search the area, there's a quality control thing that we use. We'll take if we're searching for something small like a weapon, we had a couple pieces of pipe with an elbow, so it kind of resembled the shape of a gun. And we used, that day we had 3 of them, and I believe I gave it to one of the investigators, and to throw out into the pond wherever they seem fit to throw it. So I gave it to I think it was the investigator, and they threw 3 of those into the pond. So that when we're searching the pond, we want to find what we call the salt, just to ensure that we are doing a thorough search of the pond.
Were you able to look at some photographs that we had and that you provided relating to your department, also the actual search that day?
Yes, sir.
Were those photographs fair and accurate photographs involving things in this case?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time my attendant judge states exhibit, call it 1 through 6.
No objection.
All right, we're good.
So this is your symbol for for the fire department,
Yes, sir.
and then you have, how big of a unit is the dive team? I see you have looks like a vehicle. How many people work in it?
Yes, sir. We usually keep around 12 active divers.
And then there's call it 3 here, there's a photograph here. What is this?
This is when I was conducting an open water, your initial dive certification to get you up to public safety diver. So this is a class I was teaching for on-duty divers.
And the things that everybody's wearing, is that what you would wear during the actual search in this case, or is it something different?
It's similar, but we wear a little bit different. What I'm wearing there in the picture is called a wetsuit, where actually water is kept inside the suit. What we dive is a dry suit, so we're completely dry. I could dive in this and come out just as dry as I am now.
And up to this exhibit, the 4th exhibit, these are things that are not related to this case, just things that you have with your agency. Is that right?
That's correct.
5, same thing, just showing
Yes, sir.
pictures.
Yes, sir.
6, also training exercise. Where was this at?
That's in Williston, Florida, at Blue Grotto Dive Resort.
Now here, call it 7. This is from the actual day that you went out.
Yes, sir.
And this is a picture of just along the fence line.
Yes, sir.
And you had a picture you took showing the way the pond looked that day when you did this.
Correct.
No issues with weather or wind, anything like that?
No, sir.
Call it number 9 here. Just kind of showing the stillness of the pond before you guys go in.
Yes, sir.
And then 10 is looking back up to the house. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. 11, what is this?
Okay, that's our salt. That's what, when we gave that to the investigators, he threw it out, 3 of those out into the pond, and we retrieved all 3 of them.
12 here. I guess y'all set up some tents and whatnot, and what we're doing here.
Yes, sir. So this is kind of our little rehab section where you see the diver there. He's in our dry suit and what we call our rig, the tank on the back. He is our 90% diver. We have 3 divers: a primary, the person who's in the water. Then we have a backup diver. They're usually in the water at the surface in case something goes wrong with the initial diver. And this diver here would be our what we call a 90%. He's 90% dressed. He doesn't have on his mask, so that's all he would need to put on and be able to enter the water.
And then 13, I apologize, my number is off here, so this is 13. Any objection, please?
No objection.
13 here, what do we have here?
That looks like I'm talking to Captain Pinion there. That's, again, that's our rehab area and just a staging area for our equipment.
And 14, what do we see? Is there a line? Did you have your divers hooked up to a line?
Yes, sir. So there's the diver in the water. That the person you see in the water is our backup diver. I can tell that because of the line that you see near the diver in the red there. You see the line that there's knots in the line, so I know that line is going to our diver in the water that you can't see, and the one floating at the surface is our backup diver. Yep.
Same thing, 15 here.
Yes, sir. Same thing.
And then, is that the suit that was used?
Yes, sir.
16.
That's a suit and a Carlson board that we use for searching shallow water that he's
Judge,
carrying.
just to perfect the record, the state has call it 1 through 16, and I tender those into evidence without objection. That's my understanding.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
How, when you do the search, how slowly and methodically is the diver going?
So he's going very slow when we're looking for a target or something like that. He's going very slow because he's having to go by feel. He's got, and it's more of a crawl on the bottom of the lake than it is a swim or a dive. He's connected to a rope from the shore to the diver, so he's holding on to the rope with one hand, keeping it tight, and he's going back and forth with his other hand searching the bottom. So it's very slow, very methodical.
Are you confident that the pond was searched systematically and thoroughly?
Yes, sir, I am.
And did y'all find any gun?
Any gun? No, sir.
Nothing further on.
All right.
And that was Battalion Chief Collette?
Yes, sir.
I'm John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. Nice to meet you, sir.
You too.
Just a few quick questions, primarily because I'm curious. In doing this, did you find the salt guns, all 3 salt guns?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And did you use any technology? For example, when I like to go fishing. I like crappie fishing. I call it crappie. And I use a Lowrance fish finder, which kind of shows the bottom of every lake I go to.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys use anything like that?
No, sir, we did.
Dude,
All
it
right,
is
y'all
not
ever use any
crappie.
kind
It
of
is
sonar
crappie.
technology or anything to map the bottom of whatever body of water?
Is he for real? For real? Did you see the girl in the back there with the like burgundy red shirt on laugh when he said that? Watch. I think he's being serious. And if you in the chat call crappie crappy, I'm sorry. I can't with that. Watch her giggle, though. This is so funny. She's like, did he just say that? Or did he really just... I like to fish for crappie. No, sir. It's crappie. Crappie. Crappie.
Battalion Chief Collette?
Yes, sir.
I'm John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. Nice to meet you, sir.
You too.
Watch the gal
Just
in
a
the
few
back
Quick questions, primarily because I'm
with the short
curious.
brown hair.
In doing this, did you find the salt guns, all 3 salt guns?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And did you use any technology? For example, when I like to go fishing. I like crappie fishing. I call it crappie. And I use a Lowrance fish finder, which kind of shows the bottom of every lake I go to. Did you guys use anything like that?
No, sir, we didn't.
All right. Do y'all ever use any kind of sonar technology or anything to map the bottom of whatever
Right, Gail? Pass me some of that crappie fish. I can't.
body of water?
We do.
Okay. Why not in this case?
Because it was such a small pond, sonar is not going to pick up a small metal target like that. And we don't have a good way to launch our boat because it's a fairly large boat. It was just going to be a slow, methodical search. Typically, we only use sonar if we're trying to find a truck that's underwater or maybe a body underwater, something larger. But our training is we've never been able to find anything small like that using sonar.
Did you guys use metal detectors?
Not at the time, we didn't.
Okay. Now, can you use metal detectors
We do
underwater?
now. Yes, sir.
All right. So that's something that's been implemented, maybe even because of this case.
Yes, sir. As other times that we search for the sheriff's office, we've used metal detectors, and so we start using those now.
Okay. How long did it take you guys to go over this?
Steph, it actually looks
I think we're
like it's spelled like it is with an A, but it's not pronounced crappy. Now I'm gonna have to go look to see how you actually spell it, because I don't think that it's spelled Crappy. I can't remember how you spell it, but hold on. Okay, I gotta go look. It is. That's right, Gail. Crappie. Sherry says down here in the South, people say crap. So you mean you call it crappy? Sorry, my phone is going crazy with Twitter notifications. It's making me nervous because in case something about a Utah college student, I don't know. Anyway, all right, let's get back to it.
We were there total 15 or 16 hours.
I'm going to ask you this question, just realistically.
Yes, sir.
You know, you've changed a few things since you did this search. You guys, number one, it's amazing to me what y'all can do because I get very claustrophobic and I can't scuba dive because of that very reason. So you're down there and you said it's like chocolate milk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But is it possible that there's a gun still in that pond to this day?
I feel very confident we did a thorough search of it, and I feel like if there was one there, we would have found it.
Okay. But yes or no, it's possible.
Anything's possible.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Judge, I just have one. We're just going to the hot copies.
Oh, yeah. We had a video.
Oh, yes.
It's only about 45 seconds.
You want to play it? That's fine, man. Judge, we're going to play a video.
All right.
It's not very long. They won't play this video, so we'll play it here. And that's call it 17. It was 39 seconds. Attend to that too.
No, Jacob.
All right. That's all.
All right, can you sit down?
Yes.
All right, you be excused. Thank you, sir.
Steakhouse Terry fries. Oh, Judge, may we approach?
Finally, an actual sidebar? Wow, I'm impressed. I don't know, you guys. So far, I agree with what Veronica and Steph have said about... I'm still freezing. I'm going to have to go put socks on. I do not want to turn the heat on. Like, I am not ready for that yet. But I am cold. I might go put me some fleece pajama pants on and some socks and a long sleeved t-shirt. Sounds nice. Sounds nice. I'm freezing. Hey, Margaret, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. And I'm going to take this opportunity right now while I'm thinking about it. Margaret hasn't said anything and she might smack me in the face. And that's okay if she does. I want to ask for some prayers for our Miss Margaret and our Miss Margaret's mom and our Miss Margaret's family. I know she said in here yesterday that her mom wasn't doing well. And yeah, her mom's not doing too hot right now. So we would love it if you would send some prayers. And things like that. So you won't smack me, Margaret? Okay. But yeah, you guys, let's wrap our little Margaret up into a big old bundle of love and prayers and all of the things for her mama and her. So, and her family. Steph says, but prayers always. Every one of y'all are in my prayers, but Margaret and her mama get extra. Yeah. We love our Margaret. We love our Margaret so much. All right. We're going to get back to this. And then I think I'm going to go put some warm clothes on because I'm cold. Right, Sherry? I'm not ready to turn the furnace on. I'm not ready to crank that puppy up yet. But I'm cold. So I'm going to go get some warm clothes on and I'm going to make me a hot cup of coffee. And when I return, I will probably, have on a big parka and 15 layers of clothes, and I'll have icicles dangling from my nose holes because I'm that cold. All right. I'll be right back. Let's continue with, I don't know who this old man is. He's a handsome old man. He's got pretty hair and beard. I like the color. Here we go.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the evidence about presenting this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Braswell, did you ever expect yourself to be here testifying in a murder case?
No.
If you would, I'm going to try to relax you a little bit in this. And if you can, just tell the jury how old you are.
How old I am?
Yes, sir.
I'm 68.
And Mr. Braswell, don't give us your address or anything, but do you live in the county?
Yes.
And how long have you lived here?
43 years.
And what do you do as your occupation?
I'm a grade contractor.
How long have you been doing that?
All my life.
And part of that, what type of work is it that you actually do? What all things do you do for the
I
business?
used to do a lot of residential stuff. I usually just work on horse arenas now.
And when you do that, what type of machines and stuff do you use to do it?
Bobcat, farm tractor.
Do you have a big business? Do you own it?
Yeah, I own it.
Do you have a lot of employees?
No, one, me.
Just yourself? Where in the county do you live? Don't give us your address or anything like that, but where in the area?
Off of 372 Birmingham Road.
And do you know the defendant, Melody Walker Farris, here in court today?
Do I know her?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And do you see what she's sitting in today, the type of clothing she has on? And she's sitting here at the table with the
Right.
defense counsel?
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you known her?
Probably since 2016, maybe.
How did y'all first meet?
Her and another neighbor were walking that lives closer to her, and they walked out the little road by where I live, and I was cutting grass. And the other neighbor that I knew, I'd done a lot of work for her, and they stopped and just got talking, and she introduced me to Melanie.
And is that Sherry Cooper?
Yeah.
Did you know her? Did you know her Sherry? Is that what you knew her by? Did you know Sherry Cooper by Sherry or Sharon?
Sherry's all I've ever known her by.
And where was she from?
Minnesota, maybe.
Not
Up
from
north.
Georgia?
No.
Different accent than you?
Huh?
She had a different accent?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not like my accent, but just not a Georgian
Right,
accent?
right.
And about how long did the three of y'all kind of interact and know each other?
They walked and, we'd just see each other, see them at the restaurants. They'd go to eat at the restaurants. And, my youngest daughter went and played with Melanie's grandkids when they were in town.
And you were previously married,
I was years. Yeah.
and your wife has some issues with, I guess, drugs a little bit.
Right, right. Mm-hmm.
And you kind of adopted her daughter
Right,
and raised her.
right.
And so how many children do you consider you have, including your youngest that you raised, Sue? How many?
Well, I got 2 of my own and her, so 3. Yeah.
But she's your daughter too?
Right. Oh yeah.
Y'all close family?
Yep.
Now, do you remember back in July, I think it was around July 7th of 2018, Detective Kuykendall and Detective Pope from the Sheriff's Office came out and talked to you?
Mm-hmm.
Were you expecting them to come and talk to you?
Figured so. You know.
When did you hear about something happening to Gary?
I guess it was that day or the day before, maybe.
And how did you hear anything?
Melanie texted me.
She texted and tell you? What do you remember her saying about it?
She just said, well, she first said Gary was missing, and then she said they found him in a burn pile.
And do you remember what day exactly that she...
I don't.
If he was found on July 5th, do you know what day it was that she let
Probably
you...
the 4th, maybe. The day before, maybe.
But you're not certain of the day?
No, I'm not.
And that was basically all that she said to you?
Right.
And y'all, tell the jury, how often would you ever walk with her and Sherry?
No, I never walked with them.
You basically just hang out with them, eat lunch a little bit?
They'd be at Cherokee Ranch and eat lunch, and we'd all went up there to eat lunch when we was working or whatnot. Yeah.
In the family, the Farris family, who all did you interact with?
Scott and her's the only ones I knew.
And how much interaction did you have with Scott?
Just eating lunch and seeing him on the road at Tractor Supply.
And did you have any problems with Scott?
No.
Did y'all get along?
Yeah.
How about you and the defendant? Any problems?
Do what?
Did you and the defendant, Melody, have any problems?
No.
And did y'all get along?
Yeah, I thought she was just a good neighbor, you know.
Did you ever go to her house?
I went over there to pick up Emma a time or two. Yeah.
Emma's the youngest.
Right. She's my youngest daughter.
And did you ever go in the house or anything like that?
Inside the kitchen. Yeah.
Now, how many times do you think you actually physically stepped on their property?
The most 4 or 5 times.
How much time when you would go on the property would you spend there?
A few minutes.
Anything longer than 15 minutes?
No.
Now, around what I want to talk to you about is you've met with us and talked to us, haven't
Right.
you? And we've gone through your timeline to see where you were around July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Did you remember that?
Yes.
What I want to do now is kind of go back through your timeline. I think on July 3rd of 2018, you talked about, were you working on some polo fields?
Yes, I was working on Post Road on the polo fields. Mm-hmm.
Just tell the jury about, on July 3rd, kind of your day, what you were doing, where you were at.
We were stripping grass off of a grown-up horse arena and putting down new footing, which is M10's gravel dust, and which that took us several days.
Now, what is that? What type of material is that? How's that
It's
different
gravel
from-
dust. It's ground up granite. Yeah.
Where was this at?
Polo Fields is on Post Road that runs between Highway 20 and Highway 9.
How long were you there doing this job?
We were there about a week.
And on July 3rd, what would have been your kind of,
We usually went to work 8:30 to 9 and worked till 5 or 6.
and on July 3rd, afterwards, where'd you go? I think you went to a Mexican restaurant?
Yeah, I went to Piablo's up on 306 and met all my kids, actually. We had dinner.
Where is this restaurant exactly at? What city?
It's on 306 and 400 at the Publix restaurant up there.
All right, if you were standing there and that, looking at the kind of the mall, the place where Publix is and the restaurant, describe it to us. What would you see? You're standing there looking at the front door of the restaurant.
Hadn't been there since then, but it's to the left of the Kroger store. That's all I can tell you.
About what time do you remember y'all had dinner that night?
6-ish, 6:30.
Were you, I don't know if celebrated is the right word, I believe one of your oldest daughter just came back from the Marines?
My middle daughter just came back from the Marines, yeah.
Were y'all celebrating or just having a time
Right,
there?
yeah.
Now, after that, where did you go on July 3rd? What time was that over and where'd you go?
Emma and I went back home,
Remember what time you got home?
probably 8:30, 9-ish.
And what'd y'all do that night?
Went to bed.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Anything make you go, huh, yeah, I really remember that and that was strange?
no.
So you were home, your testimony is that on July 3rd, you were at your working in the polo fields and then at the restaurant and then home.
Right.
Were you on the Farris property at all on July 4th?
No.
Have anything to do with the property on July 4th?
No.
Now, on July 4th, I think we kind of joked about it, but 4th of July, obviously, you're getting up that Wednesday. I think you went to breakfast?
Went to breakfast, yeah.
Where'd you go? Was it Macedonia?
Probably went to, I can't remember if I went to Waffle House or if I went to Cherokee Ranch. Probably went to Cherokee Ranch.
If you said it was Waffle House earlier, would that have been a place you do go, the Waffle House?
Occasionally, not much.
And why would you go to somewhere like that on the 4th?
About the only place open.
When you went to breakfast that morning, was anybody with you?
No.
What'd you do after that?
Came back, Emma and I piddled around, and then we went to my other daughter's in-laws for a cookout that day. And we were there all afternoon.
Who was all there at the cookout?
All three of my daughters, son-in-laws, two son-in-laws, and one of the son-in-law's parents.
And where was this at? And to kind of, if you could play a video, kind of speak a video of what you saw there. Tell us what was going on the 4th at the cookout.
They were watching ball games, and we just sit around, and they cooked ribs and hamburgers, and wasn't a whole lot happening.
Was it outside, inside, or something?
Both.
And what type of food and stuff were you having?
Ribs, and they had hamburgers and hot dogs.
And again, whose house was this?
This was my son-in-law's parents.
And where's that at?
It was about 1.5 miles up close to the campground, past the campground actually,
Okay, and how far is that from your house?
1.5 miles.
And how far is your house from the defendant's Farris's house?
1/4 mile.
So basically right there on
But
top
it's
of
on,
each other.
yeah, it's on another road, yeah.
And on July 4th, how long were you there at the cookout?
We were there till after supper.
What'd you do after that?
Went home, Emma and I went home.
Emma was with you?
Yeah, oh,
Anyone else?
no,
Was Emma staying with, I guess Beth was your ex-wife's name?
yeah.
Was Emma staying with Beth at all during this time, or?
I don't think so. I don't remember. There was a time frame there, she had her for a day or two, but that day I don't remember.
And when you were at your house on July 4th, did you ever leave after getting back to the home?
No,
Did you ever go to Farris property?
no,
So on July 4th of 2018, did you ever step even a toe on their property?
no,
Did you ever get outside going to your house? Did you ever go down there close to their driveway or
No.
anything like that? Do you have anything to do with their property on July 4th?
no.
Now, afterwards, I think, did you meet Scott at some point after Gary was found murdered? Did you ever see him at a gas station later on?
Right.
Do you remember what y'all were talking about?
I just told him I was sorry to hear about what had happened to his dad.
And did he say anything to you that you remember that was out of the ordinary or
Not
anything like
really.
that?
No, not really. I mean, he was upset, as natural anybody would be.
And we mean upset. What was it? How
Well, I
was it?
mean, he was grieving over the loss of his dad.
Do you remember what gas station that was at and when that was?
It was a marathon up at Ducktown, I think.
Ducktown?
Yeah.
How long after the 5th, after Gary was found, was this? July 5th is when his remains were
I
found.
can't remember. It was a day or two. May have been a week. I don't know. That's been over 6 years ago.
Did he say anything to you that made you think it was odd or anything like that?
No.
Did you end up telling anybody that he
No.
said something? Was there anything that you recollect that he said that made you think, oh, Scott had something to do with this or anything like that? Did y'all didn't have any problems, you and Scott?
No.
Sir, I wanted to make sure I clarified your relationship with the defendant. Were y'all ever romantic or anything like
No.
that? Friends only?
Friends only.
But you would talk to her, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about how often and how you would talk to her.
We talk frequently, just neighborly. I don't know how to explain it really. I mean, there was no relationship or anything there. It was just neighbor, relationship, you know, there was a couple other, with Sherry, you know, I talked to her and did work for Sherry. I never did anything for the Farrises.
So you did some type of work for Sherry.
Oh, yeah, I did.
She like it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Sherry?
Just typical neighbor.
Fair to say you're a little bit closer to Melody than Sherry?
Do I now?
Is it fair to say you're a little bit closer to Melody, the defendant, than Sherry?
No, not really.
About the same?
Yeah, I mean, just typical neighbors.
Would it be unusual for you to talk to the defendant by phone or by text almost every day, or sometimes?
It was a possibility, yeah.
And we were able to go over some records from your phone
Right,
to show that you were talking with her. Do you remember that?
right. Mhm.
And those, when we showed you those, were those text messages, to the best of your recollection, fair and accurate messages between you and the defendant?
Oh, yeah.
Well, when law enforcement came to talk to you, they asked you about, did you know the defendant's phone numbers? Do you remember that?
I don't know. I didn't know it just right off the hat, but I gave it to him, I think.
Well, you gave them actually 2 numbers, didn't you?
Right.
Do you remember the first number for her that you had, or one of the numbers?
I couldn't tell you what the numbers were.
The 678-389-1987, does that ring a bell? How about the 678-592-9029?
No, I mean, I had her in the phone as Melanie, and that was it, you know.
I think you had as Melody, and then the other one is Melody Farris, is that right?
Right.
But you would agree with me that you had 2 numbers for the defendant in your phone. Is that
Right,
yes?
right, yeah.
And you agree with me that y'all would text and talk about things, her relationship, or stuff going on with her and Gary and Scott?
True.
Did she ever express to you her frustrations she would have with Gary? Ever say anything about Gary?
Nothing, no, not particularly, no.
But some things.
Yeah,
How about Scott?
no,
Not really Scott?
not,
Was she ever saying bad things about Scott?
no,
Ever saying she's angry at Scott? Is that
no,
no?
no,
Ever saying that Scott was mad at her or mad at Gary or anything like that?
never to me. Mm-mm.
So no issues that she would tell to you about Scott having problems with her or Gary?
No,
And did you really talk to Gary at all, or how much to do with
no,
Gary?
I knew Gary, but I didn't ever talk to him.
What was he like to you?
He was quiet. Only time I'd ever seen him was at the restaurant. Him and Scott would come and eat, and he'd speak, and that was it. You know, he was quiet.
Quiet guy? Was he quiet?
Yeah,
Cherokee Ranch, y'all eat there a lot?
right. Morning, noon, and night.
There's on tender evidence now, State's Exhibit Braswell 1. It's a extraction report from Cellbrite that we've done.
No objection.
Good.
Judge, may I approach the witness? All right, Mr. President, we're going to show you, I'm going to get it's going to come up on the screen here, and I'm going to walk you through some of this stuff here. I know you've seen that when you ask you some questions about that, but if you can't see it or something, let me know, okay? When law enforcement talked to you, you cooperated with them, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
In fact, how many people do you know at the sheriff's office or knew?
Bob Post, Joe Satterfield, Broadus Ledford. I don't know right off.
You know a good bit?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just from growing up here. Any
Right.
problems with the sheriff's office?
Do I?
Any problems with the sheriff's
Oh,
office?
no, never.
Were the detectives, were they nice to you?
Oh, yeah.
Did they threaten you in any way?
No,
Did they yell at you, scream at you?
no.
They have to use bad cop, good cop with you? Did they, from the best part that you know, was it a nice conversation?
Oh, yeah.
Were they gentlemen with you?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Did you resist or try to hide anything?
No.
Did you give them permission to take your phone and download it and get all the
Right.
information? Where'd you have to go to do that and get the
To the
phone?
precinct in Freeholm,
Free home? Did it take very long? Do you remember?
hour maybe.
And when they took it, did they give the phone back to you?
Oh, yeah.
So a cordial interaction. This is the exhibit. This is a cell bribe. So basically, they took your phone and got the information off. Is that
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right here, 404-683-1829.
Mm-hmm.
What's that number?
That's my phone number.
Now here on page 2 of 15, over here on the left, you see where it says from, and it's got a melody, it's got a number right there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now we know the one though there, the first number you dialed, then the area code 678-389. If that was the number you have, and it was in there as melody, that's her number, the 1987.
I guess, yeah.
All right, so
I don't know which one was which.
October 10th, 2016 timestamp here, about 10:21 p.m. And so this is from her, looks like to you, and it says, does that say finally quitting, can go no more, finish in the morning? Is that what it says right there?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if
Yes.
that part. And then looks like the next message there, the 1829, that's your number? Probably help if I
Yeah,
highlight
right,
it
yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
Yeah.
And then to the 1987 number for Melody, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you respond, is that dang it girl?
Yeah.
And then same conversation, 10/10/2016. From the 1987 number for the defendant, does it read, he wouldn't even go get me and Scott food?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now at about 10:24 p.m., you respond to her and you say, is this correct? You say, wow, maybe he'll get hungry one day and won't have anyone to get him any food. Was that your response?
I guess, I don't remember all this, but it's there, so I guess I did.
Okay. And then October 10th, 2016, 10:26 p.m. from the 1987 number from Melody.
Mm-hmm.
The text was from her to you. My response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death. You see that?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I don't remember that, but it's there.
You don't dispute if they dumped your phone. It is what it is.
It is what it is, yeah. Yeah.
And then you respond by saying, there you go, he's going to push you over the edge. See that right here?
I can't see that up there, but
If I make it bigger there.
is that on page 3 here? I can't.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, here's your problem.
This is not on.
Screen's not on.
Let's turn that on.
Oh. I was just reading off of the paperwork.
That'll work. I don't know, it seems to be flashing.
Hmm.
Judge, I don't know if it's
Is
just.
it unplugged maybe down there on that part?
I'm back, and I agree, Gail. He does seem very closed off. I agree.
The whole time Shaw was here?
Page 3.
That's page 3.
Good morning, Cherie.
Oh,
So. Works different every time we use it. Start. So right there, and then we'll go to page 3. We'll go right from there.
I think that thing's unplugged.
It could be. And if you can see that. All right, so let's go, you're page 2 there.
Page 3.
All right, page 3.
Yeah.
There you go, he's gonna push you over the edge. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, that's your response, and then you see her reply to you.
Mm-hmm.
At 10:10, October 10th.
Fresh hot cup of coffee
2016,
makes for a nice
10:29
hand warmer.
PM.
Ooh.
Right.
I know, and that scares me. Told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. Did she say anything else to you about what he had done to make her feel like that?
No. I have no clue what it was other than didn't get nothing to eat.
Do you ever remember her saying anything else to you about hoping that he would die a gruesome death or be gone?
No.
And you go on, there's some more messages here, but
Did you
y'all
see
ever
that?
talk about guns or anything?
Not that I read.
Did he just subconsciously flip off that attorney? Look, watch. Watch him when he pushes his glasses up on his face.
Do you ever remember her saying anything else to you about hoping that he would die a gruesome death or be gone?
No.
Watch.
And you go on, there's some more messages here, but did y'all ever talk about guns or anything?
Not that I recollect.
I know,
Remember
right,
her
Cherie?
asking you anything about guns?
Right, Cherie? Lee was in here earlier today, and he was giving us the lowdown on different things and saying massive prayers for everybody in that path.
Guns? Or shots being fired in the neighborhood?
No. I mean, there's a guy that lived between where they lived and I lived that shot a lot. But I don't remember her ever per se saying anything about shots.
Let me see the written report. I'm going to ask you a question. There's some more text messages going on, but I want to ask you about specifically. Right here, this starting right here. See that? We're on page 15 of this report. Now, these aren't all your messages. These are just some, but I want to go to page 15.
Okay.
And 1829, so we got your number from you to her 1987 number, and there's a question. You see that you shooting? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then from her, she says, no, laugh out loud. That's on May 4th, 2017, about 6:26 p.m. You see that?
Yeah.
And then from you to her, the message is, you say, okay, see that?
Yeah.
And then on May 4th, 2017 at 6:27 p.m., from her number, 1987, she texts you and says, I'm not that bad a shot.
Right.
Go on to say between you two, you respond, laugh, LOL, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then at, later on from her to you, same shooting as Saturday or Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, from her, the 1987 number to you, May 4th, 2017, 6:28 p.m. And she says, text, handgun, question mark. You see that?
Right.
Did y'all ever talk about guns or shooting?
No.
Well, if you didn't talk about shooting, why would you have these messages? I'm confused.
And did you ever see her with 2 cell phones?
Yeah,
And when was that?
when she was walking,
And what would she be doing on those cell phones?
carrying them. Sometimes she'd be on one,
Was she talking on one?
occasionally.
Out of the 2 numbers, we've got the 1987 number. Of the other number she had, which one would she communicate with you the most?
I don't remember.
Now, did she ever talk to you about Rusty?
Yeah,
Tell the jury what she would say about Rusty.
he was I'm assuming a boyfriend that was in Tennessee that she had known for a long time.
Did you know his name was Rusty Barton or just by Rusty? Did you know his name just Rusty or Rusty Barton?
Rusty Burton.
Did she say how they met?
And I think they'd known each other all their lives.
Did she indicate whether or not they were in a romantic relationship at the time?
Yeah.
You kind of make that.
Yep.
I know you don't want to be here saying
Oh, I
this,
know,
sir.
but yeah, I'm telling the truth, yeah.
What would she say they were, how long they'd been in a relationship?
I really don't know about that.
He's very
Did she say
uncomfortable.
where they would meet up sometimes?
Chattanooga, different places. You know.
How often would they meet up?
Once a month at least, probably, maybe more.
It was more than that, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
It was, wasn't it?
Probably, yeah.
You knew she was going to meet Rusty during the week? Did you ever assist her in meeting Rusty or
No,
anything?
no,
Sir, I'm not saying anything
No.
ill about you. I'm
No,
just
I know.
asking.
I know.
You understand? I got a job to do.
No, I know.
Would you just ever ask her what's going on between you and Gary if you got Rusty on the side?
Wasn't in my business.
Didn't want to get involved in that, did you?
No, no.
How would she talk about Rusty?
They were longtime friends, and I guess just been in a relationship for I don't know how long, but
Did you see her talk on the phone to Rusty?
I don't think I'd ever seen her talk to him on the phone.
Did you know she used that one phone to talk to Rusty with?
Yeah,
The other phone, not the main phone, right?
yeah, I guess. I don't know which one was which.
Did you know that she would use one phone for him as opposed to using for a family?
Right.
Did she talk about Rusty in front of Sherry while you were there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, actually, that's how I found out was from Sherry.
And how long had you known about Rusty? Do you
Pretty
remember what
much-
year it
pretty-
was when you first learned of him?
Pretty much since I met her. I mean, just pretty recent after that.
What year would that have been?
I don't say 2016, probably. I don't remember.
Did you know about anything that she had on her person or anything because of Rusty? Anything to remember him by?
I have no clue.
She talked to you about anything that they would do besides meeting up?
Mm-mm.
Would she talk to you about it?
Not really.
Did you ever inquire at all about it in any
Mm-mm.
way?
She sent me a few hunting pictures where he'd been hunting and killed a deer or something, but other than that, that's all.
Was he a hunter?
Yeah,
Were you a hunter?
yeah.
I'll have that in common.
Mm,
Did you ever see Rusty in Georgia?
no,
Did you ever see Rusty at the property?
no.
Did you ever know whether or not he ever came down to the property?
Oh, I have no clue. I mean, I wouldn't know him if he walked in here today.
Sir, you
He does know
be
a lot,
clear.
Donnie. You're
Why don't
right.
you look at this jury and answer this question.
I think that they
Did you have
probably
anything to do with the death?
he probably knows a lot more than he's letting on. You know, I kind of wonder if him and her flirted together, maybe did have a little bit of a, I don't know. I don't know.
Of Gary Farris?
No,
Did you personally get involved in it anyway?
no,
Did you help the defendant anyway?
no,
Did you go to the property at any time of this and do anything to aid or abet her in this?
no,
Did you even get close to the property on July 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
no.
Judge, you might just have one.
10 minutes.
That's all I have this one.
All right, lunch is here, so we're gonna go ahead and break.
Ooh, lunchtime.
So we'll break for an hour, start back at 1 o'clock.
1 the clock. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. So, yeah, I don't know what's for lunch. Pork chops, maybe, says Morgana. Pork chops. Do you guys how do you prefer your pork chops? Do you like them barbecued? Do you like them just pan fried, just straight on the pan, fried? Do you like them with the bone in? How do you like your pork chops? Sherry said pork chops and hot dog water. Margaret says, I prefer my pork chops to remain at the meat counter because bleh. I like pork chops. We don't have them very often because it's pork. And I've always, it's been hardwired into my brain that pork is not a healthy meat. But, I do love a good pork chop. I also love a good few nice pieces of bacon. Gail said sometimes barbecued, sometimes breaded and fried. Dale loves his stuff like that, always breaded and fried. And his mom used to bread and fry a lot of stuff. And but I'm not a fan of breaded and fried unless they're boneless. If they're bone-in pork chops, then I prefer them just plain old, slap them on the skillet and get them nice and crusty around the edges. Put a little bit of seasoned salt or something on it. You always do boneless? Donnie says my mom loved pork chops with mint jelly. Sherry likes grilled. Margaret said, now give me some sweet and sour pork from my favorite Chinese restaurant any day. Pork chop, pork chop, pork chop. All right. We're going to skip through their lunch. I wonder what they had for lunch today. Wonder if they had Panera again. I saw the judge's head pop back in. Sometimes the audio's on and you can hear him just yabbering about nothing. Shake and bake, baby. Dale's been buying this, I don't know what it was. It was like a big canister of It's Shake and Bake, and I helped. That ought to go show everybody our age. It's shake and bake. And I helped. What was I going to say? Oh, the canister of like breadcrumb, but it's like got a little bit of panko to it. It's really, really good. It was really, really good, and it's seasoned really good. And he made some chicken in the air fryer using that. Oh my God, it was so good. It almost tasted like KFC breading, like KFC's chicken. That's how good it was. Morgana said I might change my name to Pork Chop. Notorious NPC. uh, you know what's funny? Not funny. I mean, it's funny because it was very. You remember how when we started the Quentin Nixon trial, I kept wanting to say Quentin Simon? And I was like, why do I know that name? Blah, 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 blah. And someone in the chat, I can't remember who it was, had said that was that little baby, right? That's mom murdered him. And she's going to trial. I think it starts today. Leilani Simon, I think, is her name. I'll have to peep in on that one myself. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Just don't nickname you Porky. Cherie says we have pork chops with apricot jam and applesauce. It makes them really moist and delicious. Where was it at? I saw, was it Donnie said? I missed it. I was going to read it and then got. Donnie said my mom loved pork chops with mint jelly. Sherry says my husband calls his brother pork chop. That's cute. That's super cute. Oh. I'm fasting forwarding. Well, looks like I'm going to have to. No, it's right there at the very. There we go. Here we are. I knew if I was going to take my mouse and drag it, I was going to go too far. And I was right. I'm hungry too, Donnie. We're talking about all this food and now I'm hungry. This always happens. Okay, Morgana, put pork chops on the list. Please and thank you. And let me know when you're cooking them. I couldn't tell you how long it's been since we've made pork chops. Like, I could probably count on my hands, on both hands. I could probably count on both hands how many times Dale or myself have made pork chops since we've been married. And we've been married hold on and I'll tell you. We've been married so long, I forget how long we've been married. "27 years this October. This in 2 days, it will be our wedding anniversary. We've been married for 26 years. We'll be 27 years in 2 days. So, but I'm just saying, I can count on 2 hands how many times I've made, or he's made, either one of us have made pork chops since we've been married. And I love them. But like I said, I just don't buy them because it's just like subconsciously in my brain
A couple of ground rules. All right.
that pork chops aren't healthy.
Again, we're in uncharted waters. We don't have big, long, complicated trials like this every year. Although we've had 2 in the past year, but I haven't had one since 2021. But I have not sequestered y'all. Okay? Y'all don't want, exactly. We don't want to do that. All right? So I'm trying to avoid that. I'm also trying to get this case tried in a reasonable time frame. That's part of why we're having lunch brought in a few days a week. If you don't want to participate in that and go off on your own, that's fine. But if you choose to do that, I need you to go away and not hang around. Because if you're hanging around the building, I want to have you in a controlled environment, being monitored by either court staff or bailiffs to make sure that no one comes up to y'all and does anything inappropriate, since we have lots of coverage, lots of witnesses, lots of folks around the building. We have the entire district attorney's office. We have defense attorneys in and out of the building. We have media all over the place. So if y'all are going to be on the campus, I want y'all supervised. Now, when I said y'all could go walk or whatever, I meant for y'all to eat first and then go for a walk. So we had to take care of that. I've talked to Jody, our court administrator.
Right, Margaret.
And we're going to see if between her and the bailiffs and court staff, we can have someone at the top and bottom of the pavers where the park benches are, to the side of the building right here in front of the art center, where y'all can stroll and enjoy the lovely weather that we're having. All right? But we're gonna have you eat up here first, even though having a nice little picnic would be great. Then we have to clean up and get all the stuff and all the mess, so I want y'all to eat here, and then y'all can go for a little walkabout. If you choose not to participate, that's fine. Let us know on the front end so we don't order your lunch and pay $12 for a ham sandwich. But you have to be back in the room 10 minutes before I say we're going to start back, which means that you only have 50 minutes to go get lunch, which isn't enough time. So make sure you do all that. And we're going to try to make better accommodations for that on
He's very handsy.
Friday, and that's one of my plan. I'm going to talk to y'all later at the end of the day, or after maybe Friday. We'll see what y'all want to do and whether y'all want to eat in every day or not. I think it would be good for everybody to have a little bit extra extended time. I think the lawyers would like that too, because they're working through their lunch break too, preparing for the next witness. All right, we have taken care of our monitor issue. Someone kicked the power strip and turned it off. We have rewired everything and tucked it up underneath another cable so that it's not on the floor, and hopefully no one will kick it again. All right, with that, let's get back.
Yeah, I did say
My
that.
name is John Luke Weaver, and I am.
I did say that, Steph, that I hoped that that I wanted to see him annoyed, like you said. But yeah, that's kind of annoyed. I want to see him get mad. I want to see him get mad and storm off the bench like the judge from the Carly Gregg trial. That's what I want. You can tell he loves his job. Yes. Margaret said, this is like when the teacher yells at the whole class because of what one kid did. The kid who was bad just sits there and laughs while the rest of us good kids roll our eyes and get mad. Yeah, something's happened. Somebody was being an idiot at lunch. Yeah. Oh, God. Somebody must have gone souvenir shopping at the courthouse gift shop. Lost track of time. They're buying the keychains, or no, they're buying the T-shirts that says for their friends that says so and so got to be a juror at this trial, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt. It's a good thing nobody sits near him. He'd be accidentally smacking the clerk, right? I know. He's very, very handsy. And he looks like, and I don't mean handsy as in gross handsy, you know what I'm talking. I'm talking about like copping feels or stuff like that. That's not what I'm saying. Lord, no. I mean handsy as in he talks with his hands. A lot. And he also looks like he's a tall man. He looks like he's a big and tall dude. If he hits his microphone, I'll fall out of this chair. He might punch it like the one person did. Aggravated, yes. I survived Melody. Oh my God. All right, let's go. Let's get on with it.
Melody's attorney, one of Melody's attorneys. I want to talk to you about a few things that you spoke about earlier. It sounded like you made it out that you and Melody weren't really good friends. Y'all were just kind of acquaintances.
Well, we were friends, but I mean, that was it. I mean, that was all it was.
Well, no, that's one thing. But y'all were friends,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Talked on almost a daily basis.
Someday, yeah.
Because, I mean, just going back and looking at
Right.
the messages that they showed earlier, you know, that was just a clip from about 2016.
Right.
And, I mean, it looked like you guys talked a lot. But I'm going to come back to that. But you would say, yeah, we were friends.
Yeah.
All right. So how did you meet Melody?
Like I said, Sherry Cooper was
Who's Sherry Cooper?
Well, she's Sherry Stain. Sherry Cooper lived past Melanie, and they walked a lot
On what road?
on Old Purcell Lane, across Birmingham Road, Old Birmingham Way, and the road ended right there at my house. And the first time I met her, I was cutting grass, and they were walking, and Sherry waved me down and introduced me to Melanie.
So you knew Sherry before Melody?
Oh yeah, a long time.
How long you known Sherry?
I'm gonna say probably 2006 or 7.
All right. And what's the nature of y'all's friendship?
Do what?
How did y'all become friends?
Oh, in the horse world.
In the horse world?
Yeah.
Okay.
She had kids with horses, and I actually did some pasture work and built her a horse arena.
All right. So y'all known each other, and that's about 2016 is when you met Melody, or maybe even sooner?
So I think it was 16 or 17.
Would it refresh your memory that she moved there in 2013?
It wasn't that soon. No.
Okay.
I didn't meet her then.
All right. So sometime between 2013 and
Right.
2016. But y'all got pretty close as far as friends.
Yeah, just friends. Yeah.
Talking daily. All right. Why do you think y'all became good friends?
I don't know. I know her grandkids and my kid were the same age, and they, worked or played together.
All right.
Yeah.
So that maybe that was part of how it kind of.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, there was nothing ever any further than friends. I promise you that.
And again, that's not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I
Sorry,
know.
I'm not alleging that. But what I am trying to get at is that you knew most of her kids.
He doth protest too much, eh?
Kids and her husband, you knew of them, or at least talked to them, to Melody, about them to Melody, and back and forth.
I didn't know either one of the girls. I knew Scott.
Okay.
And I met Chris one time.
All right, but you knew Scott. All right, so you knew Scott. So let's talk about physical appearance of Scott. How tall would you say Scott Farris was? Is
6'5", 6'6".
big kid, big guy.
Big guy.
All right, how much you think he weighed?
I have no clue. 230, 240, maybe, I don't know.
But he's about 6'5", somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Would you say he's more like 300 pounds or more like 250?
He was in pretty good shape. I mean, he was, I'd say I don't know, 250. I mean, it's hard to judge somebody. I know how much I weigh, and I know how tall I am.
Well, I'm not going to answer that. All right, so, and you met Gary.
Yeah,
All right, how tall was Gary? How big was Gary?
he's big. He's a big guy.
How big was he?
I'd say he's 6'5",
All right,
better. Yeah.
all right. And how much you think he weighed?
I'm gonna say 250, 300.
Somewhere in there?
Yeah.
All right. And how tall, I mean, Melody's been sitting over here most of the trial, but how tall do you think she is?
5'9", maybe. I don't know.
You think 5'9"? How about
Yeah.
more like 5'3" or 5'4"?
Well, maybe. She's not very tall.
Okay. And how much, and I know you don't ever ask a woman's weight, but how
Right.
much do you think she weighs?
125, maybe.
Okay. So that, you've seen him, you
Right.
physically, but tell me about.
I believe him too, Donnie. I
about
just feel like
your
he is, for some reason, does not want anyone to think that he had anything romantically going on with her or the other neighbor lady, Sherry. He's like, mm-mm. I can promise you that. Mm-mm.
With Scott, the best you can. I know you don't want to be here, Mr. Bradley.
Never much. I mean, just seeing him eating with her and running into him at Tractor Supply and just on the road. I mean, we talked hunting a little bit because he was a big hunter.
Have you ever discussed or knew about his temper? Did you know about Scott having a temper?
No, not really.
Did you know about Scott serving in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
All right. Did you?
Just knew that he
You
did.
knew of it?
Do what?
You knew of it?
I just knew of it. Yeah.
Okay. Did you know of any difficulties that Scott had been having with his dad?
No.
All right. Did you know of any issues that Scott was having financially? Meaning he didn't have a job. Did you know that?
Well, I knew he worked there on the farm, but I didn't know if they paid him or what. You know, I knew he worked on the farm, cleaning up and cutting grass and whatnot. You know.
All right. Did you know how he paid for anything or got money?
I thought the truck was Gary's. I didn't know where he even had a vehicle or not. You know.
Okay. Did you know did you ever hear him complain or say anything about having to go get money from Gary all the time to do anything?
No, he never talked about that with me.
Okay. So Mr. Fogus mentioned something, and I don't think you necessarily answered it. It was sometime after July the 5th, I believe you ran into Scott at the gas station up in Ducktown.
I think that's where it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's the one right there on 20, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So you went there, and what did he say? You must have said something in one of the
He
interviews.
was getting fuel, and I was getting fuel, and I mean, we were, just the pump between us.
Right.
And I just told him I was sorry about his dad. I mean, I'd heard about it, and he was just, so you could tell he was suffering from it,
All right. Well, what do you mean? You got to help me
Well,
out.
I mean, he wasn't crying, but you could tell he was upset because his dad had passed away.
All right. Did he tell you anything?
Huh?
Did he tell you anything?
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
Anything he thought had happened?
No.
All right. And you remember being interviewed in this case?
Being interviewed?
Interviewed, you
Yes,
remember
yes,
that?
yes.
And they did a phone dump of your phone.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I want to show you. We'll show you some text messages. You can just take a look at that. There should be about 8 pages there.
Judge, I'll sit back to him.
All right.
And I can put them on the big. I'm going to put them on the big screen. But I think that print's too small. And you take your time, sir.
Do what?
You take your time.
Do you want me to look through them?
Yes, sir. Just thumb through.
Yeah, you're right, Donnie. Guys don't talk to each other like that. Not usually, anyway.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. If I can have that. And it should be able to come up on your screen, but can you definitely stipulate this? Absolutely. This time I was asked to move into evidence defense exhibits 1 through 8 Braswell. Mr. Braswell, I'm showing you some text messages that would be from around the time of July the 3rd, July the 4th, July the 5th, and July the 2nd of 2018 between you and Melanie. So this message right here, raining on the hill. Are you familiar with that message? Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah, that was just typical, you know.
All right. Is that from you or from Melody? Can you tell?
Well, that's from her.
All right. And that would be the 1987 number.
Yeah,
And yours would have been 1829?
1829.
All right. And you say simply, yeah, I know. Is that you? Says,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You and Melody talk about the rain. Didn't rain much. Yeah. And that'd be the sum total of the conversations that you guys had on July the 2nd.
Right.
Standard stuff. Did y'all do that a lot?
Yeah.
All right. So July the 3rd. Looks like from Melody to you. Says, good morning. You going hard at it. What does that mean to you?
Working.
Okay. And I believe that day you were going to be working on Post Road,
Right.
right? And you responded. How'd you respond, sir?
Hey, yeah, been at it since early.
And that's July the 3rd, 2018. All right, so this would be the morning of July the 4th from Melody to you. It says, good morning, you okay? And you say back what?
Call if you want to, I'm driving.
All right. And Melody says, I'm good, working as usual, will in a bit. And the next thing, I think you tried to type okay. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's probably.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you sent okay. All right. That's just on July the 4th, that morning. So later on that day, that afternoon, you say, or she says to you, you having a happy 4th? Is that the way you read that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you say,
So far, so good. Trying to call you. Fixing to roll.
Mr. Weaver, you might go back. Who was that one from?
oh, that one would have been from, actually, I believe that was from you. You asked if
Yeah,
you,
I asked her, you having a good 4th.
you asked that. All right,
Yeah.
sorry. And then you say, so far so good, Melody said, so far so good, try calling you, fixing to roll.
Right.
Did you know where she was going that day?
I have no clue.
All right.
Well, no, I'm not sure if that was the day they went to the Lake Lanier Islands or not.
Okay, and I think in a further text message, I think it kind of clears that up.
Right.
All right. And then Melody says, tried calling you. Did y'all talk at all that day? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
BK, rolling, try you later. That's Melody again.
Right.
And then you say,
Well, dang.
well, dang. Then on the 4th, again, later on that evening, you, I believe, texted, what is that?
You still at the island.
So that would be Lake Lanier Island.
Right.
We're almost done, Mr. Braswell. I know this is a slow, monotonous task, and if I knew how to zoom this thing out, it probably could go quicker. I know you did. The tape's been a big help. I've just been sitting over there for days. I've gotten sluggish. All right, here we go. Good morning, you okay? Again from Mel. This is the 5th. This appears to be, do y'all start every morning this way? Back in these days,
Right.
Would that be fair, how y'all talk?
Yeah, fair. I mean, I'm not gonna say it was every day, but a lot of days.
Right, call me when you can.
Mm.
All right. Do you remember back around that time that, and your daughter's name is what again?
Emma.
Emma. Was Emma going to go over and hang out with
I think so.
Ella?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can't remember that one point right in there, Ella, her granddaughter, went with my ex-wife and Emma, but I don't remember.
Your
the
ex-wife
time.
Beth?
Huh?
Is your ex-wife
Right, yeah.
Beth?
Mhm.
Okay.
But I don't remember exact the time frame right there, but it was one of those days.
In those days, in that time period. All right. The 5th at 7:58 p.m. says just, hey, can I call you? From Melody to you. No, actually, that's from you to Melody.
Do I?
It's from you to Melody. It says, hey, can I call you? Because you're 1829, right? That's your phone number?
Yeah, that's my phone.
Okay. And then finally, from Melody, call me when you can. I'm finally home. Got your message. I'm so sorry. Okay.
I think Emma was at Lake Lanier Islands with them. I'm not positive, but
Okay. Well, going back through this conversation, you know, this is during the time that Mr. Farris was murdered. The state, I believe, is alleging. Did you notice, was anything out of the ordinary that you noticed at all
not that I know of.
with your friend Melody?
Not that I know.
Okay. Everything seemed normal. Yes? Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. So in those messages the state showed you earlier, before lunch, you remember the message about the threat of the gruesome death?
Yeah, I saw
What
it
you
on-
saw, you
yeah,
saw on the
right,
screens,
right.
and I can't figure out how to get back over to that screen. But I'm just simply asking you, and all these messages, so that the state took your cell phone, and they went through how many years had you had that cell phone?
Years.
Years.
Yeah.
So in all those years and all those messages, that's the only kind of message like that, yes? You got to respond, yes or no, for the court reporter. So in all those years, that's the only kind of message like that, correct?
Right.
Okay.
All right, Curtis. Thank you, Judge. Just a switch to channel 1 or? Yeah, we'll switch.
And then you don't have to do anything else down there unless you plug in a laptop.
Oh. Mr. Terry, you're almost done. Just hold on just a little bit.
Push number 1, then you mess it up.
Won't be the last time you're on it. All right. Mr. Terry, I'm on page 5 of page 15 of Browsville 1. It's not all of them, but some of the messages that were found on your phone. So you see to the left of the screen, it says 23, then it's from Melody to you on August 14, 2016. And you see where it says, you two, you have done a great job with Emma. Be proud.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and Emma is your child, but you were married to Beth at the time. and
Right.
She went out of wedlock and had a child.
Right.
But you've raised her. She's yours. You
Right.
love her.
Right.
Proud of her.
Right.
You love your kids, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
And when you talk to, I mean, are you just a compassionate guy?
I guess. I mean, that's just the way I've always been.
You don't get riled up too much, do you?
No.
Seen too much, done too much. During this conversation about Emma, would Melody sometimes walk with Emma or see her?
I think Emma did walk with them sometimes. Yeah.
And then she gives you a compliment about how you raised Emma.
Mm-hmm.
And you respond by saying, thank you, just what I have to,
Right.
what I have to, right?
Right.
Then on 25 here, on August 14, 2016, can you read that, what I'm going to highlight here for you? Can you see that?
Very true. Gary was no help with mine, but I survived and with actually some sanity left. Well, maybe.
She responds that Gary was not a help with her children. Do you remember, y'all talked when you saw each other in the community, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Talk on the phone a good bit,
Text more than anything, probably.
but were conversations at
Right.
times. Text messages. And I think she actually called you on, was it on July 5th when she was on the way to Walmart, I believe?
Maybe, yeah.
And I guess that was when Ella and Emma talking about things
Right.
around that time. Did she ever go into other details about problems she had with Gary and not feeling that he was not helping her?
No, not really. I mean,
She liked to clean, didn't she?
oh, yeah.
She was almost OCD.
Mm-hmm.
She liked to cook.
Yeah, I think she cooked for them every day. I mean, they'd go out to eat at lunch, but I think she could cooked every night.
How much did she like her house?
It was the grounds and the, just going inside, it was very nice.
Now, fair to say you don't really have anything bad to say about the defendant?
No,
Would you agree that she's a hard worker?
yeah.
Would you agree
What
that,
I saw her,
would you agree that she's smart? Is that yes?
yeah, yes.
Agree that she can get after and take care of her own property? Do you think would you consider her to be independent minded and independent willed? Is that yes?
Yes.
I know you're shaking. We're
Oh,
just
I know. No, I'm not.
And I apologize. I'm not trying to come across pushy. House was beautiful, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've talked about Rusty, and you've told us about Rusty. I don't think that's going. It's going to be something we're going to meet Rusty. Jerry's going to get to meet Rusty. The first time you talked to law enforcement, though, you didn't tell them anything about Rusty, did you?
No.
And you didn't really go into the details that we've asked you today. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And they kind of had to talk to you about the 2 phone numbers.
Right.
Is it because, and I understand why, is it because you didn't want to add anything to hurt your friend?
Yeah.
You don't know what happened, do you?
No. I have no clue.
Fair to say you don't really want to add anything to it? You don't want to add anything, get her in trouble or anything like that?
I don't know anything else to add. I mean,
It is what it is, right?
it is what it is.
Judge Van, one moment. Judge Van, just have one moment. Is there a reason why you didn't call and you were close to her though? I mean, y'all friends.
We're just friends, yeah.
And did you care for her back in 2018?
What do you mean? Just
Friendship. Did you
just
like her?
friendship?
Yeah,
no.
sir, I'm not saying.
That was it.
I'm not saying you
Yeah.
had an inappropriate relationship.
Right. No.
But you were friends. You were close.
Yeah.
You share things about other people, family members. I think one time you joked about maybe you should set Gary up with Beth.
Oh yeah.
So,
I think we did make that comment one time.
But y'all were close.
Yeah.
If she needed help, would you call and talk to her and help her?
Yeah.
Can you tell me why you never called her and asked her what happened to Gary?
I don't know. I mean, she texted me and told me what the deal was, and you know,
That just he was found on the burn
I
pile?
found dead, and you know, it was
But nothing after that?
nothing after that.
Didn't find that odd?
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
So going back to the 2 cell phones, and I'm going to try to move real fast on these questions. 2 cell phones, that wasn't a secret. You knew she had them.
Yeah.
Sherry knew she had them.
Mhm.
Emma knew she had them too, right?
I'm sure she did,
It
but
was
she
just-
was 13 years old, so that's a different.
But it didn't look like she was trying to hide anything, right?
Right.
Okay. Because Gary and Melody, everybody knew they lived separate lives, right?
Right.
Gary lived at the Gary lived in the basement, Melody lived upstairs. They had their own lives. You knew that. Did you know anything about Gary having relationships with any people
No,
at work?
I didn't.
Didn't know.
Mm-mm.
But you just knew it was very obvious the way they lived their life. Not a secret. You gotta nod, you gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you not getting a phone call in detail about everything that was happening following finding of Gary's body, isn't it fair to say that she had a lot of things going on at that time?
Probably.
Okay. She needed to be with her family?
Do what?
That she needed to be with her family?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, anything else?
Judge, may Mr. Terry be released for
All right, that'd be fine. Step down, sir. Thank
Okay,
you. All right, call your next witness.
State calls Chris Farris.
Chris Farris. He's the older son. Ooh, this might be good. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Not Scott. This is Chris, the other one, the older boy, the older son. Whew. I'm starting to see. I was watching just a second ago too some video footage of a tornado that went over a bridge in Florida. Oh my God. Super scary.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat.
Wow.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Christopher Wayne Farris.
Chris, how is it that you know the defendant in this case?
She's my mother.
And I want to go into a little bit about the background of your family.
Okay.
When did you move to Georgia?
2005.
Where did you
Excuse
move?
me, 1995, sorry.
Okay. Is it fair to say you're a little nervous?
I'm a little nervous.
Okay.
I mean, it's my first time on this trial, so.
Sure.
Woman, you're going to have to move out of the way of the camera.
And move the microphone in front of you, and you'll just talk over it. You don't have to talk into it.
Okay, great.
So is that 1995 you said?
Yes, 1995.
And where did you move from?
Hoover, Alabama, suburb of Birmingham.
A suburb of Birmingham?
Correct.
How old were you?
15.
And do you have siblings?
Yes.
Okay, and how old were your siblings when you moved?
My brother would have been 12, my brother Scott. My sister Emily. I should probably know this, but I would say 5 or 6, and then Amanda would have been, she's the youngest, would have been around, I guess, 4 or 5.
Why did you move here from Alabama in 1995?
My father came to open the Atlanta office for Byrne Foreman, his law firm.
How long had he been with Byrne Foreman when you moved here in 1995?
So about 5 or 6 years, I would imagine. So that was yep, about that.
Were you around when Gary went to law school?
I was.
How old were you?
Well, I started kindergarten when he started law school, so
5 or 6?
5 or 6, yeah, correct.
So you got to see him work through law school?
I did.
And how was that?
It was great. I mean, from what I remember, I mean, he used to take me to the law school and we'd play laser tag, and when he would work security, he had a job working security, so I had a lot of, for a little kid, a big law school to run around in, it was, it was fun.
So in law school, did he also work for Byrne Foreman?
I think he clerked with them in the summer, from what I remember.
Okay, and then in 1995, he came here to open the Atlanta office for Byrne Foreman.
Correct.
Did Gary like his job?
Absolutely, yes.
And when you moved here, what city did you move to in Georgia?
Alpharetta, Georgia.
What school did you end up going to? What high school?
Milton High School.
Okay. And after high school, what did you do?
Went to the University of Alabama.
For how long?
I left there in 2002, so it would have been 3.5, 4 years.
Did you eventually come back to Georgia?
I did.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I had like a job at a local restaurant, and then I met my first wife right around then.
When you were working at the restaurant, did you live at the home in Alpharetta, or did you live somewhere else?
When I was working at the restaurant, I lived at home.
At home. And so you said then you met your first wife.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name?
Kendall Lee.
Okay. And how long were you with Kendall Lee?
Well, we eventually got married and had 2 children, and we separated in 2007.
What are your children's names?
Ella Grace and Addison Marie.
When were they born?
Ella was born September of 2004, Addison August of 2006.
Once they were born, did you guys ever leave Georgia?
Oh yeah, about a couple weeks after Ella, the oldest, was born, we moved to Maine.
How long were you in Maine for?
So that would have been 2004, about 3 years.
I want to go back to your parents and their background a little bit. We talked about Gary's job. What did your mom do when she was, when Gary was in law school?
Homemaker, took care of us, took care of the house.
Kept her busy. There were 4 of you.
Correct, yes.
And when you were in Alabama, did you guys have family around?
Oh yeah.
Who was around?
Both sets of grandparents, my aunt, both aunts, my uncle. They were in Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area.
And is that where you were before coming to Alpharetta in 1995? Muscle Shoals area?
No, I was in Hoover. Muscle
Okay.
Shoals is the northwest corner of Alabama. So we were, from Tuscaloosa, which is where he attended the University of Alabama Law School, then went to work for Burr & Foreman, which was in Hoover. Well, it was in Birmingham. We lived in Hoover, and then we moved to Alpharetta in 1995.
And all of your family stayed in Alabama, essentially. The family you just mentioned.
Yes, correct.
Did you learn when you were in Alabama a lot about how your parents grew up?
Absolutely, yes.
And who did you learn that information from?
I would say both of them. My father would talk all the time about his growing up and things he would do, and my mother would talk about it as well.
What would your mother share with you about her upbringing?
Mentioning how they lived in Nashville for a time, and working at the hardware store in Muscle Shoals, and that's what really comes to mind at first.
So you mentioned a hardware store.
Uh-huh.
Tell the jury a little bit about that.
So my grandfather owned an Ace hardware store in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and I really enjoyed going there as a child. It was great. You could run around and play and build things with the little tools and the wood and the little woodworking things. And I always enjoyed getting up with my grandfather and going to Burger King or McDonald's for breakfast. I got a big kick out of that, and it was a great time. And I really enjoyed. My grandfather was a huge Alabama football fan, and he loved to talk about football, and so I always would enjoy people coming in to talk to him about the football team, and I think that's kind of where my love for football in Alabama kind of came from, as well as my father.
And when you mentioned this grandfather, are you talking about Melody's dad?
Yes,
And the one who owned the Ace hardware store?
that is correct.
Okay. Was he a hunter as well?
Carl? No, not that I ever knew.
Did he own guns?
Yes.
About how many guns did he own?
I don't know how many. I know he would take us to shoot, 22 rifles at this outside of town, and it was like a rock quarry. So I know of those, and then I knew of, I remember when we would go do that, he would shoot some pistols, but I would not know how many guns he owned.
Sure. Did Melody grow up shooting guns?
I don't know that.
And do you know what happened to Carl? Eventually?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I do.
Okay, can you share with the jury?
He had a heart attack and was in ICU for a pretty long time. I assume ICU for I think a week or two at least before he eventually passed away.
What year was that?
It would be 2007, or excuse me, 2007, 1997. I apologize. These 2000s and the 90s get me. 1997. He actually suffered a heart attack on my 17th birthday.
Okay. You were already here in Georgia when
We
he
were.
passed.
That is correct.
Okay. I want to move along a little bit and jump ahead to your parents' marriage.
Okay.
At what point did you learn that your parents had a little bit of a rough marriage?
Not until the late 2000s, 2008, 2009, after I had moved back from Atlanta, or moved back from Maine back to Atlanta.
Okay, so you and Kendall Lee had moved to Maine and you had already moved back.
Yeah,
For
I
that.
moved back, yes,
Okay.
correct.
What caused you to learn about the trouble in their marriage?
My father told me.
Okay, when was that?
I would say late 2008 to early 2009 is when I first got wind of that from him.
Why did he share that with you?
I don't really know why he did. Why he initially started sharing things like that with me, but once he did, he continued to share things like that with me.
You said that was in the late 2000s?
Correct.
Did he continue to share those troubles with you up until he died?
Oh, yes, 100%.
At any point, did you learn about your mother's relationship with Ted Wiley?
Yes.
When did you learn about that?
Well, the dates, I'm not quite sure. I want to say, suspicion-wise, probably somewhere around late 2008, 2009. And then when there was an incident with financially, when it was really brought to the forefront.
You mentioned suspicion.
Yeah.
What caused suspicion to you?
Well, I think what my dad told me is he was kind of suspicious. My brother, I believe, was the one who kind of initially had those suspicions. But my suspicion, I always thought Ted Wiley was just a little bit too, I don't know, I guess maybe flirtatious with my mother.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted Wiley was actually in a relationship with my Aunt Sherry. For years.
Did you know him personally?
Oh yeah, he'd been around for a long time. I remember I was a child, not that old, and maybe 7 or 8 years old, and that's when I don't remember the dates, but I was young.
So you knew of Ted Wiley long before any, as you say, suspicions of Ted and your mother?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
How well did you know him? Would you hang out with him, have conversations with him?
Oh yeah, he was very friendly. I remember, Christmases, we would always go to Christmas at my grandparents, Mama and Papa, which is my father's parents. Every year, Ted would be there, and he'd bring a football, and we'd, throw the football around, and he was always very kind, and he was a funny guy. He was part of the family.
Did you see Ted and Melody around each other in the late 2000s?
Yes,
Did you see them interact with one another?
yes,
And did anything stand out to you at that time?
yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I had ridden up to Florence, Alabama with my mother. I was actually picking up a vehicle that was my grandmother's, and we stayed at Ted's house, and he was sitting next to my mother. I was laying on the couch. Can't remember if I was still watching TV or if I would maybe was kind of in and out of drifting off to sleep. And I remember Ted and my mother sitting next to each other, and I just kind of thought it was just weird and uneasy. But this was actually November of 2008. So now that I think about that, yeah, it was November 2008. So I think that would probably be when my suspicions really began to arise.
And how did you know, how were your suspicions confirmed?
I was
Years.
living in Buckhead with my ex-wife Jenna, and my father told me, he's like, I need you to come up to Alpharetta tonight and have dinner with me. I said, okay. He said, meet me at Outback Steakhouse at the corner of Jones Bridge, Stage Bridge, and Alpharetta. And he sat me down and he said, Chris, I don't think we're going to be able to have Christmas this year. And he began to explain that, why we wouldn't. He told me that my mother had withdrawn, I believe, $50,000 from a home equity line of credit without his knowing about it, and he told me, I don't know if we're going to be able to have Christmas this year because of this.
Who was at that dinner?
I think it was, I know I was there, and I think one of my sisters, I think Amanda was there too, but I can't be sure about that.
What year was that?
Oh, that's a good question. It would have either been Christmas, right before Christmas of 2009. If I had to guess, that would be it, but that's been so long, I don't know the exact year.
And what happened after that? Between your father and mother?
Well, I know he filed for divorce.
How do you know about that?
Well, I got wind of it because I had stopped at the house in Alpharetta to use the restroom because I had a job where I drove around a lot, and I would stop in to use the restroom and or say hello. It's my parents' house, and I come to the door, and the door's open, and my sister's black lab is running around in the front yard, and there's a lady at the front trying to. What I come to find out very soon after that is serving her divorce papers. I called my father and I said, what's going on? And he said, well, I'm serving your mother with divorce papers. And that's how I found out.
And when was that? What year was that?
I would say either 2010 or 2011. I would, if I had to say, I would say probably 2010.
And where was your mom at the time?
She had locked herself in an upstairs bedroom and refused to come out to talk, I guess to avoid getting served.
At any point, did your mom leave your dad?
Can you clarify what leave means?
Leave the house for a significant period of time?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
She would leave and be up in Florence, Alabama for months at a time. Weeks, sometimes months.
How did you know where she was going?
My father would tell me.
Was that around the same time as the Ted Wiley
Yes.
affair?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that what prompted your dad to file divorce papers?
Yes.
Did they end up getting divorced?
No.
Do you know what happened?
She came home. He called me one day and said, she's coming home. I want you to forgive your mother and accept her back.
And did you do that?
I told him I would. But I mean, I would say I gave it my best try.
I want to go back a little bit to when you mentioned you moved to Maine.
Sure.
And you have two daughters, and did you have both at the time you moved to Maine, or just
No,
one?
that was 2 weeks after Ella was born. Ella's my oldest daughter.
Okay, and why'd you move to Maine?
Well, because we didn't have any money, and my wife, the mother of my children's parents, had a house in Maine on Lake Sebago, this beautiful house, and they said, hey, come live up here. And I had visited Maine a couple times, and I was all for it.
How did your parents react to that move?
They weren't happy about it. My mother was not happy, and my father, he understood.
Hey, Ween
but
baby.
If I had to say, I don't think he was.
Sorry, I have my phone with me, but I had to go in there and do a couple things for the kiddos. But the story about the law school, him running around the law school, and you can tell he loved his dad. I feel really bad for the guy. Like, really bad. Ween baby, that's got to be tough. Good to see you. Hi.
Happy about it.
Prior to moving, you ended up having Addison in Maine,
Yes.
and did your mom come up and help out with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She was very supportive.
Oh yeah, she was
helpful.
great. Mm-hmm.
And she's always been supportive with your daughters,
Yes, very,
as was your dad.
very much so.
They love your daughters.
Yes.
I want to move forward a little bit. You mentioned this line of credit that your mother took without your dad's knowledge.
Yeah.
Did that change, did that affect their relationship moving forward, to your knowledge?
It affected it financially, I know, and I think it affected it at some degree, their trust, his trust for her. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I know for sure it affected it financially, for sure.
How did you know that?
Well, he basically told me he wasn't gonna let that happen again. So I assume that, well, I know he basically took away her ability to be able to do that.
What does that mean?
I'm not really, he didn't share details with me at the time. But
What was your understanding of your mom's access to their finances?
before this happened with the HELOC, that they just shared everything. It was
When you
They
say
hadn't-
HELOC, what is it that you're talking about?
home equity line of credit.
Okay, so you're talking about before that?
Yeah.
Okay, they shared everything.
Yeah, I don't remember anything other than they had a checking account, and
And then how did
was
it change?
Husband and wife. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
Very tragic, Donnie. This is awful.
At any point, with your conversations with your dad or just over time, things around the house, did you ever learn about who the beneficiary of your dad's investments was?
No,
When did you learn all of that information?
I learned it about a year after we lost him.
I want to talk about the months leading up to your father's death.
Okay.
And at any time right before he passed, was he in the hospital?
He was.
What did you know about that?
Can you clarify?
What did you know about him being in the hospital? What information did you have about that?
I was called by the first initial, I think I got a text message from my brother saying we're taking Daddy to the hospital. And then I got some sort of communication from my mother saying, you know, that he was in the hospital or we were taking him to the hospital.
Did you know why?
My father would have these, he would call them his spells, okay, where he would be very lethargic, almost, how can I put this? Just very, very tired, couldn't stay awake, didn't feel well. That's really the best way I can describe it.
Did you ever witness one of them?
I never did, actually, never.
How long had he been having those?
At least for a few years. On and off. I don't know exactly how long, though.
And so that was your understanding of why he was admitted to the hospital.
Wonder if it was like diabetic
When was that?
issues.
That would be April, I think early April of 2018.
Did you go visit him in the hospital?
I did. As soon as I found out that he was there, I rushed up there.
And how did he appear to you when he was in the hospital?
Fine.
Was he acting fine, or was he acting differently?
He seemed 100% okay. Like, I ran up there as fast as I could because it was described to me that he was in very, very bad shape.
Who described it that way?
My mother.
How did she describe it to you?
Basically that, you know, it was bad, you need to get here.
And what is it that you were expecting when you walked in?
I was expecting the man to be hooked up to machines and honestly, I wasn't even expecting him to be just in a general room, you know, as bad as it seemed, which I was told. I didn't expect to walk in and see my father just sitting up and I was very panicked. And he looks at me and he's like, "What's your problem?" I was like, "Well, I was told that you're in really bad shape right now."
I want to go back a little bit. Eventually, your parents moved out of the home in Alpharetta, the first house you moved into in 1995, right?
Correct.
When did they do that?
I could be, you know, the dates and everything, but 2014 is what I thought it was. Because it was after Halloween, because I remember helping them move, and I was trying to get out of there to go watch the Alabama game. So we were playing LSU that night. So yeah, it was right around November. I thought it was 2014 is what I thought, was what I think.
And where did they move to?
Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia, on the other side of Alpharetta. It's more the western northern corner of Alpharetta, and it's actually in Cherokee County.
Okay. Did you live with them at the time?
No.
Where were you living?
In Buckhead, at my apartment.
Why did they move out of their Alpharetta home?
It's a good question. I talked to my dad about it some, and he said, you know, it's just kind of time. And my mother and I talked about it, and I went and met her to look at homes while they were looking for houses. Before they purchased the Purcell Lane house, I would meet her, and I would go with her and her real estate agent to look at homes.
Were you surprised when they bought a hobby farm?
Yeah, I was a little bit.
Why?
Because my father always told me, he's like, well, after this house, I just want to get a townhouse in, you know, Buckhead, or, you know, so I'm close to the office and don't have anything really to take care of.
Where was his office?
It's in Midtown. I guess you would say Midtown. It's off 17th Street. It's the Wells Fargo building.
So that was around, do you think 2014, the fall? When they
I
moved
believe so.
into
I
the
mean, I
farm?
guess it could be 2013, but I think it's 2014. Because never mind.
So you saw your father in the hospital
Correct.
in April, and he was fine.
Yes.
He appeared fine. And how long was he in hospital for?
A few days. I talked to the doctors, and they were just trying to figure out kind of what was wrong with him to cause him to have the spell
Is it fancy, Donnie?
that caused him to have to be brought to the hospital. So they
And-
ran some tests. I know they had a stress test and all that kind of stuff.
While you were talking to your dad in the hospital, did he have,
Money,
did
money,
he
money,
enlighten you on what he
money.
thought was wrong with him?
He did.
Money.
He said, Chris, I think your mother is trying to poison me.
And what was your reaction?
I said, excuse me.
Oh my God.
Well, it's like, she spent the day screaming at me, and I was watching TV in the theater room, and all of a sudden she brings me down some cookies. And I ate the cookies, and my throat started burning, and then I started feeling bad. And I told him, are you, like, what? He's like, oh, I'm just probably paranoid or something, some paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he kind of shrugged it off. And that's what he said.
Oh
At that
my
time,
God.
Did you know the state of your parents' relationship?
I know they didn't like each other very much.
Why did you think
Ooh.
that?
Well, there had been different episodes, you know, with, he had told me about a gentleman named Rusty Barton. He had told me numerous things. I mean, there was a lot of things why I thought that.
He confided in you about their relationship.
Somewhat, yes. I think he might have confided in some of the other children more than me.
Like who?
Emily, Scott, maybe Amanda, I don't know.
Yeah, totally catching flies. I
Did you know?
was not expecting
how
that.
they lived physically in the home,
You guys in the chat were like, I was thinking
Of
that.
course, yes.
and how did they live?
My father slept downstairs in a bedroom in the basement. My mother slept in the master bedroom. They still shared a bathroom. My father still showered in the master bathroom. He still had his main closet there, but they slept on different floors.
Did your dad sleep with a CPAP machine?
Oh, yeah.
Did he sleep with it every night, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about your dad's birthday weekend before he was murdered, okay?
Okay.
When is your dad's birthday?
June 27th, 1960 was when he was born, so June 27th.
Okay. And was that essentially the week before his remains were found?
Absolutely, yes.
What did the family do for his birthday?
Well, we had a family gathering at the farm. Everybody was there. It was a cookout. We cooked barbecue, and Emily brought her daughter, the new baby, and it was a celebration of his birthday.
Were your daughters there?
I'm sorry, Donnie.
No, they were not there.
So when you say everybody here, I have a family tree over here. Both your parents were there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then that's you and your wife at the time, Jenna?
Correct.
Scott was there. Emily's husband Chris there too?
Yes.
And they had just had Olivia.
Yes.
And then Amanda was there?
Yes.
Was Chad with her?
Yes.
Was Cameron there?
I don't remember that.
What did you all do that day, that evening?
We ate. I remember Jenna and I took the RTV through the woods, and I actually ran out of gas, so I had to walk back up and get gas with the RTV, because when you took it off road, it would get kind of sideways. Well, if it was on empty, it wouldn't be able to suck the fuel into the engine. So I had to walk all the way through. She wasn't very happy with me at the time, but we walked from RTV back up to the barn to get fuel to put in it so I could drive it back up to the
Hey,
house.
P. Lola.
Did you have anyone help you with that?
I don't remember. I think maybe my brother did.
I hope you
don't-
find some goodies.
Were you well versed with what to do on the farm and how to work anything on the farm or work at all on the farm?
No,
Okay. Did you like going to the farm?
no.
Why not?
Well, I did sometimes, but for the majority of the time, I did not. When they first bought the farm, I didn't really like going because my father would, put me to work, cutting trees down with him and things like that. And
He must be a city
and then the other
boy,
reasons down
not a
the
country
road
boy.
kind of led to why I didn't like going there, which was the turmoil of their relationship, unfortunately.
Of what? Of their relationship?
Yeah.
Did you have turmoil with anyone?
With my mother.
Okay. When did that start?
I don't know. I mean, it's a mother-son relationship. I mean, we, had issues from time to time. But in summer of 2017, it got to its highest point of turmoil.
What happened?
Well, her and I got into a little bit of a confrontation because she was withholding giving my children back to me. My children love spending time with their grandmother, but my kids were being purposely held from being returned to me.
Do you know what caused that?
Well, she said it was because of my
What?
drinking. So I don't really know why, but I know what she said.
Okay. And how did you receive that information from her?
Not very well.
Okay,
I
Steph.
was very upset. And my kids are only here for a short period of time. I mean, they had gotten to the point where, before, when they were younger, they'd come for a couple months during the summer, and it was to the point where they'd come for a couple weeks, and then they were just spending all the time with her.
So I don't know if we've really talked about this. You moved back to Georgia, and did the girls stay in Maine with their mom?
Yes.
When did that happen?
2007.
2007?
Excuse me. Yeah, 2007.
Okay. And so when you talk about the girls coming, they would come to see you.
Right. They would be on summer break, and they would come for
Right,
a
Patricia?
couple weeks, 3 weeks, somewhere around then, and spend time with me and my family.
And they would hang out with your mom a lot.
Oh yeah, they love.
So, can I just say real quick, hi and welcome. If there's anybody new that's popped in, I would love for you guys to take a second and click that thumbs up button. It would mean a lot. It really helps to get, you know, us out there on the YouTubes for other people to see. Also, if you're new, I would love for you to subscribe. Okay, now past that. I can understand situations where a grandmother would keep the kids away from the parent if they felt like the parent was doing things they should not do, like, you know, being able to take care of kids because they can't do that because they're drunk all the time, or, you know, things of that nature. But also, it's not her child, it's his child. And she can't legally keep him from his kids, right? So, but I could totally see, you know, my mom would have been the one, been like, until you can straighten your hind end up, you're not getting these kids. These kids are not coming back home. You can call the law if you want to. That's what she would have done, right? But, I don't know. This is creepy. I mean, he's basically saying she sort of kind of kidnapped them or was holding them hostage, so to speak, in a grandmotherly way. But also, he's saying that the dad told him, I think she's poisoning me. I don't know.
What would they do with her?
A lot. They would spend the night, they would go shopping, they would go do lots of things that a grandmother and grandchildren would do.
When it came to your daughters, did your mom and dad, they never said no? Everything was
Oh, they never
fun.
said no. They love Big Daddy and Grandma.
That's what they called them?
Yes.
Big Daddy and Grandma?
Correct.
Big Daddy was Gary, Grandma was Melody.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go back to this incident with your mom. Describe what happened. How you described her withholding your children. Describe what
Well,
that means.
I had Braves tickets for this particular night, and I had gone to pick them up, and she basically said, I'm not going to let them go with you.
Yes, Margaret, Grandma.
And that's what happened. She wouldn't let them go with me, and there was an argument.
And what did you end up saying to her that night?
I ended up saying basically, we got into an argument, and then I actually left because I was trying to call my father. He was either at the farm or there. I was trying to get him to come up there to like help with the situation, and his phone was going straight to voicemail. So I just left. Like, it was getting very heated. Like, she was very, very, what's the word? Like, very angry and just screaming at me. And I was screaming, and I was yelling back. And I just got out of there because I didn't want any part of it. And on the way back to Buckhead, my father called me, and he's like, come on back. And then I went back and I got my kids.
And what sort of words were exchanged when you were there between you and your mom?
I don't remember what kind of words. I mean, I know that I said to her the next time, I was very angry, and I said, the next time I see you, you will be in a pine box. by saying, I'm not going to talk to you ever again while you're alive, okay? Basically saying, you know, I'll come to your funeral, but that's it, we're done. And so that, yeah, that was pretty harsh of me to say.
And you were reacting.
Well, she tried to
The
attack me.
situation.
She tried to hit me. And she didn't hit me, but she went like that to hit me. And I, you know, what, 37 years old at the time. I was caught off guard by that. And I told her, I was like, if you hit me, I will defend myself. And we just were going back and forth. And I ended up recording, taking out my camera and recording this exchange. Later on, deleting that recording, but it was hard. It was very hard.
What ended up happening when you went back, when your dad told you to come back? What ended up happening?
I came back, my kids were waiting on the porch with their suitcases, with their clothes in it, and we went home.
Who was out there with them?
My mom was out there, my dad was out there, and my girls were out there. And I was out there.
And so then the girls left with you.
Yep, they got in the back of the truck, in the back seat of the truck, and we went home.
I want to.
Oh, she's feverishly writing down her points on that subject.
That weekend, did you hang out with your dad?
Yeah,
You talked about driving the RTV. What all did the family do when you had gatherings?
well, we would eat, you know, all of our gatherings were focused around food, which is, that's very, you know, that's just how our family was, very Southern, you know, and we would eat together, we would talk. That particular day, we had a new baby. So I remember, you know, playing with Olivia and recording videos. It was, I mean, I had met her before, but, you know, they lived in Nashville. So, you know, I didn't get to see her that often. So, you know, we were celebrating my father, but we were also celebrating Olivia.
At that point, was your mom at the house?
Yes.
So had you guys made up, rekindled? How did that happen?
Before Olivia was born, my sister had a baby shower. This was beginning of October of 2017. So about 3 months after my last interaction with my mother. I did not speak with her for 3 months. I was out. I had gotten a hotel in downtown Nashville for that weekend of the baby shower. And I was out in Nashville with my wife and my mother, Chad Bruce, and Amanda Farris, came walking into Legends, which is a bar on Broadway in Nashville. So I went up to them and greeted them, and I actually hugged my mother.
And was there ever a discussion about what happened between the two of you?
No.
So after
Hey,
that,
Mary Lou.
Kind of brushed under the rug and you moved
Good to
forward.
see you, girl.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? At your dad's birthday celebration, did you and your dad plan any trips or talk about taking any vacations? Tell the jury about that.
So my daughter had come to visit in May, so this was about a month before. And we were at Longhorn, and Ella said, "Big Daddy, I want to go to the beach this summer." And he said, "Okay, we'll go to the beach." So leading up to that birthday party, my father and I had discussed going to Orange Beach, Alabama for a trip right after the 4th of July. we would be going on the trip right after 4th of July, but that party is, we definitely discussed the upcoming trip.
A calendar of July 2018. And so when you say the weekend after the 4th of July, so the Friday, Saturday, the 6th and 7th?
Yeah, I think we were supposed to leave for Orange Beach on, I think it was Friday. We were supposed to leave to go there.
Okay. So after Ella had expressed this to your dad, were there further conversations between you and your dad about the beach?
Yeah, he told me to pick out a couple places where I thought we could go. He had given some recommendations. I had been to Orange Beach before, but I wasn't that familiar with it. I usually went to Destin. But I ended up picking a couple places, and he said, oh yeah, that place is good, and he booked it and paid for it.
I would like to talk about, you mentioned your dad booked for it and paid for it. Did
Yes.
your dad pay for a lot of things?
Yes,
And did he pay for a lot of things for you?
yes.
Like what?
He would always pay for my children to fly down. He would pay for Ella's horseback riding lessons. He would pay for the girls' dance lessons, recitals, costumes. He would help me out with bills. My dad helped me and paid for a lot.
Did you have a job at this time?
Yes.
What was your job?
At the time, I had my own painting company.
So, was your dad that helpful with everyone in the family?
I believe so,
To your knowledge?
to my knowledge.
Okay. How was your dad and Scott's relationship?
They had a great relationship.
Would he take care of Scott
Yes.
financially?
Yes, Scott worked at the farm. So they kind of had Scott worked at the farm. I mean, it was a lot of work. And my brother did not have another job, and my brother had to have money to live. So it's, I didn't know the details of it. I didn't know if they had like a, agreement of how much, or I don't know what that looked like. But yeah, I mean, I know the money my brother would be from my father.
Would you and your dad ever get in arguments about money?
I wouldn't really consider it an argument. I mean, he'd get mad at me for spending money or asking him for money, or there were even times, I mean, when I had his credit card number, then I would use it without his permission, without asking it first. And he'd get upset with me, but it wasn't an argument. It was more, he was just upset with me.
So when it came to the beach,
Uh-huh.
he was okay paying for that.
Yeah, he was going with us.
And was there an agreement between the two of you with what that would look like?
I was gonna pay for everything there. The dinners, whatever, things you pay for at the beach. And he was gonna pay for the condo.
Did you eventually pick out a condo?
We did?
And who booked that condo?
My father.
Did he tell you when he booked it?
Yes?
Do you remember when he booked it?
I don't remember, but I remember he texted me. He said it's booked.
Was it prior to, well, it's obviously prior to the vacation itself. Was it prior to July, let's say 1st?
Yes.
So it was the end of June.
Yeah.
Did you discuss it at his birthday?
He told me I had stopped and bought a raft to take to the beach because I was actually buying his birthday gift at Academy. And I called him, I said, hey, I got a raft to take to the beach. And he's like, yeah. He's like, don't talk about that while you're here
Okay. While you're where?
at the house.
Okay. Was your mom going to the beach?
No,
How do you know that?
because my father told me he was trying to get her to go to the beach and she refused.
Okay. Did you talk to her about the beach?
I did.
And what was her reaction to you?
She told me she had too much going on and she couldn't go.
Okay. So who would have, if trip came up, who would have gone?
It would have been me, my wife Jenna, both of my daughters, Ella and Addie, and my father.
Let's talk about Jenna for a second. When did you and Jenna get married?
July of 2015.
And did your dad help you out with your engagement or wedding to Jenna? Financially?
Yes,
How so?
he helped me with the engagement ring, and he also paid for the rehearsal dinner at our wedding.
Okay. And you said it was in 2015?
The wedding.
The wedding was in 2015? Okay. So, you had been married to Jenna for 3 years
Yes,
at this point. And when the girls came to visit you, would they stay with you and Jenna?
they would stay with me and Jenna, and then they would stay at the farm a lot.
The conversations about the beach with your mom, was that over the phone, in person? How did you guys discuss the beach?
Most of the conversations with my mother we spoke, but I don't remember exactly how.
If the whole suit was plaid, that would be pretty
if it was
epic.
text messages or if it was
Right.
a phone call, I don't remember.
The color looks good on
But at
him. It
that
suits
point,
him.
to your knowledge, she was not.
His suit suits him.
Correct.
Now, after your father's birthday, I want to talk about that next week, okay?
Okay.
The first week in July of 2018. Were your girls scheduled to come down and stay with you?
Yes,
When did they come down?
they arrived at between 8 and 9 a.m. The morning of July the 3rd.
The morning of July 3rd, and that's Tuesday?
Yes.
So the Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Did you work on Monday, July 2nd?
I don't remember, but probably. I would think so, but I don't remember.
Okay, so the morning.
I mean, it was a
of-
holiday week, so probably, I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the morning of July 3rd, that Tuesday. What did that morning look like to you? What did you do?
Woke up, we drove to the airport, Hartsfield-Jackson, picked my kids up. They always wanted to go to Waffle House. They don't have that in Maine. So we went to Waffle House.
Who was it that went?
Ella, Addie, and myself.
Jenna was not with you?
No,
Okay. So how long did you eat at Waffle House for?
30 minutes.
What did you do next?
We went back to my condo and
Where
hung
was
out at 55 Far Road in Buckhead.
Buckhead, okay. And what did you do then?
Just hung out. I had a dog at the time. They were very fond of Oliver. That's my dog's name, or was my dog's name. We hung out, and they were itching to do what they had what they thought planned, for their trip, which is.
And what were their plans?
Well, Addie had already arranged with Cameron, which is Chad Bruce's daughter. My sister Amanda at the time, would eventually become, I guess when they got married, her stepdaughter. They had planned, because they, both had phones, they would text each other and, say, oh, I'm coming down to stay with, visit my dad, and we're going to have a sleepover at the farm. So that was Addie's plans.
Okay.
Ella's plans were she had this friend Emma, who was the daughter of, I think, this guy named Terry, who lived on Birmingham Highway, and my mother had become friends with him, and Emma had become friends with Ella, and Ella and Emma had talked, and Emma's mom actually trained horses at this facility up in Cumming. I believe it was Cumming. It was up near the farm, but it was, I know she lived in Cumming because I dropped her off there that afternoon. So they were itching to go. You know, they had plans.
Okay. And none of them with you, it sounds like.
No.
They were how old?
Yeah, they were preteens at the time. They were 12 and 14 years old. Like they were very social.
They were busy.
They were busy.
So, did you execute these plans for them?
Well, you know, Addie's
Morgana.
plans did not come to fruition
Ma'am.
the night of the 3rd.
Really?
She had asked to do that, and I said, well, you got to ask your grandmother, and it just didn't work out.
Get outta here.
I did take Ella to Emma's mom's
Get it?
house and
You
dropped
said
her
you'd
off.
show yourself out.
She went to have a
said, "Get outta
sleepover. They
here."
were actually going to sleep over at this horse training facility, and I think they had like a pool or a pond they swam in, and she was all excited about it. So we actually stopped at Target on the way up there so she could buy a new bathing suit.
Okay.
And I dropped her off at Emma's mom's house. I think her name was Beth, maybe? Maybe. But yeah, I dropped her off there.
What time was that?
I'd say if I had to put a number on it, between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
On the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. After you dropped Ella off at Emma's on the 3rd, where did you go next?
Well, I called my father and I said, hey, do you want to meet us for dinner? Because I hadn't talked to him that day. And he said, I'm working. I say, oh, cool. I was like, well, let's, meet up and get, he's like, no. I'm at the farm. I'm just working. I said, oh, okay. Well, I was like, I just dropped Ella off. We're going to come by and come see you. He hadn't seen, he had recently seen Ella because she was down in May, but he hadn't seen Addison since Christmas time. So, we were up there, might as well stop by.
So you ended up stopping by the farm?
I did.
And about what time did you get there?
About 5 o'clock,
How long did you stay?
between 20 to 30 minutes.
What did you do when you were there?
We pulled in, my father was in the driveway, sitting on the RTV. I parked my truck, went up to him, and Addie went to get, I just never forget it, this is the last time I saw my father. He said, oh, just let me give you a kiss because I'm too sweaty right now for you to hug me. And then at some point my mother walked out and we went up to the barn because I think they had some baby ducks that had been born recently or something like that. And
Maybe a baby goat?
I think there might have been a baby goat. I just remember the baby ducks as being the draw that day. But I think there was a baby goat too, maybe.
Okay.
There's always babies of some sort. There were a lot of animals.
Baby animals. So you and Addie walked the property, went to the barn. Who was with you? Was your dad and mom with you?
Yes, we actually went from the main house up to the barn, and then we walked down to the pond to see the baby ducks, and my mother walked down there with us.
Who all went to the barn? All
To the
four of you?
barn?
Yeah. when
All
you
four
walked-
of us went to the barn.
How did you get to the barn?
I drove my truck up there.
Okay. How did your dad get to the barn?
He rode the RTV.
How did your mom get to the barn?
I think she walked, but I don't remember.
And was Addison with you or with your dad or with your mom?
Addison was with me, I think. She might have walked with my mom. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
So your dad was on the RTV.
Yeah,
Was he on the RTV often when you were at the farm?
all the time.
Do you know where he would keep the RTV?
Different places. Sometimes it would be at the barn. Sometimes it would be parked in the driveway. Sometimes it would be parked in the garage at the house.
But he had it often.
Very much so.
Do you remember if there was anything on the RTV this day?
Yeah, I remember seeing like dead boxwoods, I think what they were, that he had pulled up and put them in the back because we had a conversation about it.
What was he planning to do with those box woods?
He told me he was getting ready to burn the burn pile the following day on July 4th.
He told you he would burn it on.
He told me he was gonna burn it on July 4th.
Did you see the burn pile?
I saw the burn pile the weekend before at the birthday party when I was driving the RTV through the woods.
How large was it?
It was big. I remember
What
Jim.
does big mean?
Big means probably as tall as I am, and I'm 6'4". I remember Jenna saying like, wow, like this thing is huge. And that's what I remember.
Did your dad burn often, do you know?
I don't know how often. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time out there. The only time I saw him burn anything was after it was like a Christmas Eve, and we had the family there, and he had taken a bunch of pallets and some wood and things, and we actually had like a bonfire like on Christmas Eve. It was actually a very, very nice evening. But that's all I really, I know he would burn things, but as far as me knowing or seeing him do it, that was the only time.
Would he burn at your old house in Alpharetta? Did you have the property and?
Yeah, he would.
You laughed a little bit there, so was there?
Well, so I laugh because of, so my grandfather, my father's dad, every year on Christmas, there'd be all this wrapping paper, okay? And every year, my grandfather would take all that wrapping paper out there and burn it in his little leaf burning pile. And I always thought it was funny. And so I don't know, I always think about that. And like my father almost would talk about, oh yeah, I'm gonna burn this burn pile. And he was actually, I think, burning leaves at that house behind the fence. And so you're talking about a suburb house. I mean, this is like living in a neighborhood, not a farm. And he had actually started burning some leaves back behind the fence. And I guess didn't put it out all the way. And I woke up, I was staying with him that night. I might have been living there at the time, I don't really remember. And I wake up and there's the back of the woods is on fire behind their house.
And what happened?
The fire department came. And the fire department came.
What were your parents' reaction to that?
Oh, I don't remember. I remember, I think I was out there, and I think the firefighter asked me, he was like, how'd this happen? I was like, well, and my dad said, shut up, you know. Like, so, I don't remember what their reactions were at that time.
So the burn pile on the 3rd was large,
Very,
or at least when you saw it the weekend before.
yes,
Okay, you didn't see it on the 3rd?
no,
Okay. It wasn't burning when you were out there though.
no, not at all,
He was still building it.
yes.
So after you saw all the baby animals, what did you do next?
We walked back to my truck. I remember telling my father, you know, there's going to be fireworks on the 4th of July. Maybe we can get together and go see fireworks. And then I got in my,
the next day.
which would have been the 4th was the next day. And then I got in the car in my truck with Addison, and we went back because she wanted to go get dinner.
Did you drive back to Buckhead at that
I
point?
did.
What did you do after that?
We went and got poke bowls, which is like sushi in a bowl. Addie loves poke bowls. We went and got that, and then we went to this new ice cream place, and Jenna went with us to that.
To both places?
I know she went to the poke place. I don't remember if she went to the ice cream place. I think she did. I don't remember.
So after you got poke and ice cream, what did you do?
We went home,
And did what?
hung out. You know, I think we went to the pool. We had a pool at our condo, and just
You
hung out
Addison
at home.
and Jenna.
Hmm?
At any point the night of the 3rd, did you go back to the farm?
No.
What did you do the next morning on the 4th?
Addie and I got up very early and went up. I lived a block off of Peachtree Street, so we went up and we watched the Peachtree Road Race and come through Buckhead.
Who's we?
Addison and I. Jenna did. Jenna came up eventually, but I don't think Jenna was trying to get up that early on 4th of July. So we, Addison and I went up there. We took our chairs and set up, and it was nice.
How long were you out there watching the Peachtree Road Race?
If I had to put a number on it, maybe an hour.
So what time would that put you at?
That's hard to say. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
So you were done watching it at 8 or 9, or you started, or you were done at 7 or 8 in the
I
morning?
think we went up there. I mean, we didn't watch the first people come through. I don't remember what time, but I know it was early.
Early morning.
Early morning,
And you were
yes.
out there for about an hour.
Yeah.
What'd you do after that?
We went to Cracker Barrel in Norcross
Why Norcross?
because I had my own painting company and I would have my guys that I would have to pay. And I had this one guy and he's like, oh man, I really need my check. So I was like, okay, fine. And he lived in Norcross. So I went to Norcross to give him his check. And Addie and I, there's a Cracker Barrel there. And so we went to Cracker Barrel for breakfast.
And after Cracker Barrel, what were your plans for the day?
We were having a pool party, our apartment complex, condo complex, whatever you want to call it. We always had a pool party every year for the 4th of July.
So did you go to it?
We did, yeah.
Who's we?
Me, Addison, and Jenna.
Okay, where was Ella during all this time?
She was still with Emma.
Incoming.
Incoming, yes, at the horse park farm, you know.
Sure. Were you checking in on her?
Very much so, yes.
And so throughout that day on the 4th at the pool, what was your intention for that evening with Addison?
I thought we were just gonna hang out. And stay at the pool and just hang out at home. Ella had called me and asked if she could stay over again. I said yes. And that was my intention of the day. But that changed.
Okay, how?
My mother called me and said, hey, I'm on my way back from Lake Lanier Islands with Cameron, and does Addie want to come spend the night? So I walked over to Addie was swimming in the pool. I said, hey, do you want to go have this sleepover? Hoping she would say no.
Why?
Because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to drive up there. But she said yes. So we went.
What time did your mom call you?
Oh, I don't remember exactly what time, but I would have to say it was later in the day. Maybe I don't want to misspeak. I don't know exactly what time.
Was it evening time, after lunchtime?
Late afternoon.
Late afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
So you drove up there.
Uh-huh.
Did you make any stops? Or
I did.
Where'd you stop?
I stopped at Wendy's to get Addison dinner.
And then went to the farm.
I did.
What did you do when you got to the farm?
We pulled up and my mom and Cameron had already arrived, and we went inside the house. That was pretty much it.
Did you stay for very long?
No,
About how long did you stay?
maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you see your dad?
No,
Did you ask your mom where he was?
I don't remember.
When you would stop by the farm in the past, would your dad sometimes not be there?
Of course, yes.
Was that normal?
Yeah, it was normal. I mean, I was in a hurry to get back, you know. I had no reason. I mean, all my friends are at the pool. Addie was where she wanted to be. So I was ready to go back and enjoy my evening.
Did you and your mom speak to one another?
Yes?
Anything out of the ordinary?
No. The only thing out of the ordinary was on the way up there, you know, because I had asked for her to meet me so I didn't have to drive all the way to the farm.
You had asked who to meet you?
My mother,
Okay.
to meet me somewhere, because she was coming back from Lake Lanier. So I was like, well, why don't, instead of me driving all the way to the farm, and you're coming that way anyway, why don't we meet? She said, no, just meet me there. I was like, okay. And then I actually said, well, I'm gonna stop and get Addison dinner. And she's like, oh, no, we'll just make something here. And I was like, okay. But I stopped anyway because Addison was, it was before we had eaten. We were cooking at the pool, but we left before the food was done. So she was, when she was hungry, she would let you know.
She was hungry. Okay, so what did you do when you left the farm?
I went to the gas station, and then I stopped by Kroger in Buckhead, border of Buckhead, Sandy Springs, and I bought fireworks because we always shot off fireworks on the 4th of July at our apartment complex.
And where did you go after that?
I went home to the pool.
Did you talk to Addison again that evening?
On the way back from the farm, Addison called me and she's like, we can't find Big Daddy. And I was like, well, he's got to be there somewhere. Go look for him. And I called him and his phone went straight to voicemail. And I didn't really think anything of it because his phone went to voicemail a lot. And I just said, well, he's there somewhere, you know, go find him, you know. And we had that phone call, and I think, of course, I texted her that night or called her that night to check on, make sure she was okay, that kind of thing. But she was, from what I remember, was fine. I had nothing alarming from her at the time.
Did you ever communicate with your mom that evening?
No.
Is that typical?
Yes, very typical.
Even when your kids are over there?
Mm-hmm.
You mainly communicate with your kids?
Directly, yes.
So, the night of the 4th, did you stay in Buckhead?
Yes.
Did you ever go back to the farm the night of the 4th?
No, not at all.
When was the next time you went to the farm?
July 5th, I think I left my apartment around 11:30 in the morning to go pick up Addison.
Did you talk to Addison before you left?
I don't remember.
Did you try to call your dad that morning?
Yes,
And what happened?
I went straight to voicemail.
Did you talk to your mom?
No.
You just decided to go up there.
I talked to my sister,
Which sister?
Amanda.
Okay, and what was that conversation?
She said Daddy's missing.
That was before you left?
I don't remember. I think it was actually after I left. I mean, I don't remember there being a phone call or a text message or anything like that to say, okay, come get, that I'm coming to get you now or anything like that. I knew where she was. I was going to go get her. And I can't remember if the conversation with Amanda was at my apartment or it was on the way. I remember us talking a lot on the way.
Who's
But
us talking?
Amanda.
And you talking a lot?
Yes.
Okay, about what?
Trying to figure out where my dad was. I told her, I said, you know, you need to call the local hospitals and you need to see if his wallet and his car keys are there.
At this point, knowing that his phone was going to voicemail and Addison couldn't find him the night before, what was your thought process when Amanda said he's missing?
I was pretty panicked. You know, this was 2 months after this whole scenario of him being in the hospital. 2 months, 3 months, you know, April, May, June, so 3 months. So I had not been able to talk to my father to get in touch with him the night before when I called him to see where he was, so Addison and them could find him, and you know, hang out with him. And then the next day, my sister calls me and says, Daddy's missing. So yeah, I was excited in the point of panic. You know, I was very, my blood pressure was probably pretty high.
So even though his phone would go to voicemail pretty often, this was not normal.
No,
Him going
not for
missing.
that long. Yeah.
How long did you know that nobody had gotten in touch with him?
Well, I know that I had tried to call him the night before, you know, on the way back from the farm to Buckhead. So for me, I mean, we're talking, you know, over 12, you know, I mean, about that time, we're talking, you know, 15 hours later, you know, so.
And you didn't see him on the 4th at all?
No.
Okay. Did the family have any group messages happening? Like text message groups?
I don't remember there being a group message.
So you and Amanda were talking on the phone
Mm-hmm.
about, and you had said to her to call the hospitals.
Call hospitals. I also told her, because she said his car was there. And I was like, well, he never went anywhere without his car. So I was like, well, find his car keys and find his wallet, you know, and
Why his wallet?
because his wallet, my dad never left anywhere to go anywhere without his wallet, you know, he would not leave the house without his wallet. My dad only left the house to go to the store or go eat, you know, that was basically it.
What about to the office?
Oh, of course, in the office. Sorry, I'm talking about things other than work.
Okay. Who, did you talk to anybody else?
I talked to my sister Emily
On
on the
your
way
drive
there and told her what was going on.
And what was her reaction?
She was, kind of had the same reaction as me, panicked.
Had she heard from him to your knowledge?
No.
So you arrive at the farm,
Mhm.
and what's the first thing that you do when you get there?
When I arrived at the farm, Amanda, Cameron, my mother, and Addison are actually sitting on the steps out front. I just remember going in thinking, I need to figure out what's going on. And I went out and I asked my mother, I said, hey, have you seen his wallet? She said no. I knew where he kept his wallet. Kept his wallet either in the Mercedes or downstairs in the basement or in the master bathroom. So I went to look, I needed to know if he had left or not. And that wasn't going to be an indication to me if he had left or not. I went to the Mercedes, I looked in the glove compartment, I looked in the center console, I looked in the back seat, I looked everywhere in that car. I did not find his wallet.
Did you find his car keys or cell phone or anything like that?
No, I didn't find anything. I left the garage and I went down to the basement to keep searching. And then I came upstairs and eventually took my search out of the house and, you know, up to the barn.
Did you at any point check for his CPAP machine, or did that cross your mind?
No, that never crossed my mind.
So you were in the basement. Did you see anything out of the ordinary in the
No.
basement? So when you took your search outside, what was the first thing that you did? And who, was anybody with you?
Yeah, actually, because the kids they loved to ride that RTV, and that RTV was up at the house. So I jumped on it, and they were like, "Can we ride with you?" And I'm like, "Oh, like I didn't know what was really going on here," but I let them. And they're very persistent, and they jumped on the RTV with me, and I drove up to the barn to see if I could find him or a sign of him.
When you got on the RTV, you said it was at the house. What part of the house was it parked on?
He was in the driveway, I think. I don't remember exactly.
So the girls jumped on with you?
Yep,
And where'd you go?
to the barn.
Okay. Anything at the barn stand out to you?
No. Everything, I mean, I looked, I mean, there's even like Because I thought at this point it was maybe he was having a spell, or maybe he was, God forbid, something that, medical issue had happened, and I went up to the barn. I even climbed, there's like a ladder thing, there's like a loft up there, not my brother's apartment, but a loft where you store things in. I even went up there, like looking around, just trying anywhere. He was not there, so we got in the RTV and started back towards the house.
At any point, did Scott come down and start searching?
Yes,
When was that?
I don't remember exactly.
Was it after you arrived or before you arrived?
I think it was right after I arrived, but I can't be sure.
Okay. You didn't see him when you pulled up?
When I first pulled up to the house that morning, no, or not around noon. My first initial time when I got to the house, no, I did not see my brother. When I just saw the four of them.
So you're on the RTV with Cameron and Addison,
Correct.
and you're driving back from the barn down to back to the house.
Yep.
Okay. Where did you look next?
So I'm coming from the barn, and I look out across, and I see my brother and my mother walking between the barn and kind of the pond, but kind of back towards the wood, the tree line. And that's when it clicked in my head about that, because he told me he was going to burn that burn pile on July the 4th, and it clicked in my head, I need to go back there, because he told me he was going to be burning that burn pile on July the 4th. So I whipped around. I saw them walking back there, so I'm like, I'm going to follow them back there. I went back around the back side of the house and went down, and they were already at the burn pile.
Who's they?
Scott and my mother.
Okay.
And I drove and parked about, 10 to 20 yards away between the house and the burn pile. And I told them to stay back, and
Who's them?
Addie and Cameron. At that time, it was just more of, I was just walking down there to see what was going on. And I walked down there, and then my brother had a stick in his hand. And I walked up there and I looked at the burn pile, just, at the time, what was about to happen. I mean, I had no inkling that this was even possible. And my brother, this is really hard for me to talk about. My brother looked up at me and he said, "You need to get those kids the F out of here. I'm calling 911 right now." And I did. I took the kids out to the house and I put them in the room, in their bedroom they had slept in the night before. And I said, "Y'all need to go up here." I mean, I didn't say anything to them, My daughter had just lost her uncle like 2 months before that. And I knew kind of I'm not stupid, like when he's looking at something, calling, So my instinct was get my child back up and away from whatever's going on right here. And that's what I did. I put them in the bedroom. I said, "I'll be back." And I went downstairs. After I went downstairs, it's like the adrenaline was going like crazy. My brother said something to me like, "I think there's human remains on the burn pile." And so I got an RTV. I had to go back down there. I went back down to the burn pile and I took a close look at the burn pile. And I looked and I was like, wow. And then I saw what looked to me to be like a hand like bones of a hand, like that. And that's when I just, you know, I think I went into shock. And I went back up to the house and waited for the authorities to arrive. The paramedics, I guess, is who arrived first. But I sat on the back of my truck, really couldn't even talk.
Did you touch anything in the burn pile?
No,
When Scott had a stick and moved something, did you see what it was that he saw or was looking
I
at?
thought it was a rock. I saw, but he told me after I put the girls back up in the room, and I came back downstairs, and he told me I think it was human remains. And, you know, of course, my brother and I had conversations after, like, while this situation is unfolding, and he told me, yeah, I think that's
Was that before or after he called 911?
after.
Did you see him call 911?
I did not.
You
He
were-
said he was going to call 911. He said to get the kids out of here, I'm going to call 911. I didn't stick around long enough to hear him.
Was
Yep.
your mom nearby when you?
She was standing right there.
Did she say anything?
No,
Was Amanda near the burn pile at that time?
I don't remember. I don't think so. The only thing I remember about Amanda is her walking up when I was sitting on the back of my truck waiting for whoever was responding to this 911 call to come. And my sister walks out and we spoke then. My sister was out there when the I guess, I think it was the paramedics showed up. Yeah.
What did you guys speak about?
Well, the paramedics walked by and they were actually holding a gurney. And I'm thinking, like, it was just confusing what was happening. And I was sitting there, and it wasn't long after that the paramedics actually walked back around and said to me, I'm sorry for your loss. And that's when it really kicked in. And that's when Amanda and I just basically started this conversation about, oh my God. I mean, it doesn't take, I mean, it's common sense. Your father's missing. My brother's saying he thinks there's human remains. He's, you know, paramedics are showing up. So, I mean, and then they're saying, I'm sorry for your loss. And that's when it really just kind of, I was just overwhelmed. Like, it was awful. I don't really remember what my sister and I talked about. I remember her kind of saying things like, oh, we put him through so much, and we weren't the best kids, and this, that, and other. And I remember thinking, like, what are you talking about? It was very strange to me at the time, but people, you know, I guess people say things when they're put in that situation. I didn't really think anything of it, you know, I just thought that was kind of weird, but that's, and things just, everything, really, a lot of things after that are a blur to me.
Sure.
You know, I've done a lot of PTSD therapy because of this, that day, and what I've discussed in a lot of that therapy is they think that I pretty much went into shock.
I think we're gonna take a short break.
All right, let's take 10.
Y'all don't go anywhere yet. When y'all go, I'm talking to them. You can step down.
Okay.
All right, I talked to y'all sidebar earlier about potential juror issue. We'll deal with that at the end of the day. When that happens, we're gonna do it with the juror in the jury box in front of the microphone. Y'all can cover whatever, but just don't put the juror on the camera, and we're not going to address the juror by name, just by number. All right, anything else? And we'll just do that whenever we wrap up for the day. Let's, still shoot for 5 o'clock.
Okay, you guys, sorry. I'm in one of my best friends is lives in Florida, and she's driving home from work. She had to actually work today. So I just want to try to keep up with her for as long as I can, cuz if they lose power, and stuff, I just want to I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, and I'm going to have to go back myself and rewatch this testimony because I missed a lot of it. Something about the juror. I don't know.
What I would like to tell them is that we plan on taking a 2.5-hour lunch on that day for everyone to make whatever appointments they need to. Next week, when we get closer to it, if y'all think it's a good day to take a full half day off, I'm fine with that too.
Thank you, P. Lola.
Again, don't want to get behind, but we can assess on Monday, Tuesday what's going on for the afternoon. I would prefer to keep going if we have something to keep going and keeping us busy. But if we're gonna take 2.5 hours off and not come back till 2:30, I mean, it still gives us 2.5 hours to do something. So I'd like to do that unless there's a compelling reason not to. But I'll tell them that's what our plan is.
Are they continuing on for today, or are they taking off, or what? What's going on?
Witness, and then we have Scott Farris. But I don't think we're gonna he's here. I'm just asking court's permission if we can let him leave today, because we'd like to, where we're at, we'd like to take up that one issue with the juror at some point.
We'll do that. I don't. Y'all think we'll get through with him today?
I highly doubt it. Based on talking to the state, I think they've got about an hour left.
It's just 3:30 now, so we could.
Yeah, I don't. If y'all got. I don't anticipate us going beyond this witness. I would like
Can
to
we
go.
release the other two?
That's fine. We can go up to. I don't think we'll be done with him by 5 o'clock, regardless.
No.
So if we get to a logical point, we can stop. And I just told the bailiff to tell the juror to stay late after I dismiss everybody. All right, y'all ready to bring them back in? All right.
Okay, well, now that they're going to resume, I'm going to resume my phone call with my girlfriend.
Everybody is a little soft-spoken today.
But I'm still sitting here in front of the computer so I can see what's going on. I just have to get back on the phone with her. So I can tell this guy is having a really hard time. And you guys, I'm watching the chat, and you guys are saying he's breaking your heart and stuff. Oh. And I can see his wife in the gallery. It's just, okay, they're talking about another day. Okay. Probably the 17th or whatever. He was talking about having everybody schedule stuff for that day. Other things. All right. Well, I got some juicy gossip to re-listen to. Not gossip, but, testimony that I'm going to have to listen to. Because like I said, I missed quite a bit, so. The last thing I heard, they were talking about, he was talking about stopping and getting the daughter a new bathing suit. It's the last thing I really remember. But all right, I'll restart it back for you guys, and I will be right back as soon as I'm done on the phone, okay? Here we go.
We tried to tell them to come. They were gonna come, change their mind, didn't come. We told them to come anyway, and they didn't. 2 of them wanted to, 2 of them didn't. Man, it's gonna be bad. They didn't get that. They didn't get that. I think that's why they want to stay. But I told them, we tried to get them to come up and stay with us. But she posted at lunch there were 5 tornadoes all around her. All right, let's get started back.
Okay, Chris, I want to go and stay on the 5th for a little while and talk about a couple of things. We had talked about how you looked for your dad's wallet earlier. Did you ever see that wallet?
Yeah, my mom came walking up with a wallet after I got upstairs saying she had found it in the Mercedes.
And what did you think when she told you she had found his wallet in the Mercedes?
I thought, well, I just looked in the Mercedes and it wasn't in there. And I thought that was kind of weird because when I got there that day, she said she hadn't seen his wallet. I go to look for it, then come back to the kitchen. Now all of a sudden she's got the wallet and says she found it in the Mercedes.
Did you see her go into the garage? Was the Mercedes in the garage?
Yes.
Did you see her go into the garage?
No.
Okay. Do you know if your mom has a fear of fire at all?
No.
She's never mentioned to you how scared she is when your father burns or anything of that nature?
I think she had mentioned just things like, there was one time he actually caught the basement on fire because he had put a cigarette in the trash can, the basement at the farm. And after that, she said, well, I think he's going to burn the house down eventually. But never fear of actual fire. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. When you were on the property on the 5th looking for your dad, did Melody mention anything about the burn pile or about him burning? Did you ever have a conversation asking her if he did burn the pile on the 4th?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you went outside and sat on your truck. You had testified earlier. An EMS arrived with the backboard. Did you at any point leave the property?
I left the property hours later after the authorities allowed me to leave.
Why did you leave?
To go check on my children. After the whole EMS saying what they said, I called my wife who was at work and I said, you need to get here. You need to come up here. You need to come get Addison. And then I was there for a while. She did come get both the girls. Sometime during this whole thing, I think I had texted Emma's mom or called Emma's mom, I don't remember which, and said, I need to get Ella.
That'd be Beth Braswell.
Yes,
Okay. And that's where Ella was.
yes,
So Jenna came up to the farm,
correct.
got Addison,
Uh-huh.
and eventually got Ella.
Ella came to the farm, and I think it's just so foggy at that point. I think she brought Ella to the farm, but I don't think she met Beth anywhere to get Ella. I think Ella was brought to the farm, because Jenna was in downtown Atlanta. So from my phone call, it would have had to take her, even if driving as fast as she could, at least at a minimum of half an hour to get there. So sometime in that time, I just can't remember if I called Beth and said, bring Ella back. I honestly, I just don't remember.
Somehow, Ella and Addison went home with Jenna.
Yes,
Okay. Did Cameron go with them
yes,
to Buckhead?
yes, to my apartment in Buckhead.
So once Jenna left with the kids and you were there with your family, did anyone else show up that wasn't law enforcement? Did Emily show up? Were there friends and family?
Chad Bruce showed up. Emily showed up later that day. I called Emily to tell her what had happened.
When did you call Emily to tell her what happened?
In that time period of after EMS told me what they told me about, sorry for your loss, and I began, letting people know who needed to know what was going on.
So at that point, did Emily get in the car and drive down?
Yes.
So while law enforcement was at your house, everybody arrived, lights, all of that, did you and Scott talk?
I don't remember.
Did he mention anything about a gun?
Yeah.
When was that?
Right about that time after EMS was the first to arrive. So my brother was out talking about it, and I heard him say something about he saw a gun in the basement, something about, sometime before all this happened, and about he was having to get a remote control or something like that. And
It wasn't to you, it was just someone else.
I don't think Scott and I sat down and had a conversation one-on-one.
Okay.
I think I was just hearing what he was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you caught that information. Did you
Oh,
think
yeah.
that was weird?
Yeah.
Why did you think that was weird?
Because I just thought it was weird. There's a gun in the basement, and I don't know. I just thought it just didn't make a lot of, nothing made sense to me at the time, but I just remember that, thinking that, well, that's strange, I don't really remember what made me think that.
At this point, what did you think happened to your father?
I was going through scenarios in my head, how, I didn't know what happened. I just knew what I had just seen, what was happening, what was going on, and I'm trying to figure out, running through scenarios in my head, how in the world, I thought, could he have had a medical thing? I thought maybe he fell in the fire, maybe, that's where my head was at that point.
Did you talk to law enforcement on scene?
I did.
Do you remember who it was that you spoke with?
Well, specifically law enforcement, the only time really anybody asked me about what was going on at the time was when I sat down with And I apologize, it could be lieutenant, I don't know police
That's
ranks.
okay.
And
Titles.
Kuykendall or something like that. He's the one who interviewed me first
Okay, where was that?
in his police vehicle,
On scene?
on scene,
At the farm?
correct?
How long did you talk with him? Do you remember?
Oh, honestly, it could have been 15 minutes, it could have been an hour, I don't remember.
At that point, did you think anyone else had been involved in your father's death?
I don't remember specifically. I remember our conversation kind of had me thinking of maybe that was the case, because he said, well, Chris, you know, when things like this happen, you know, we assume foul play until we know it's not. Okay? So when he said that to me, he then asked me, did your parents, not quoting him, paraphrasing, something about how was your parents' marriage?
Mm-hmm.
How was their relationship? And I told him.
You told him the truth.
Told him the truth.
At that point in time, how much, if anything, did you know about Rusty Barton?
I knew a lot about Rusty Barton at the time.
What was it that you knew about him?
Well, I knew he had come to my sister's wedding.
When
and
was
was
that?
dancing. It was in July of 2016. And at the reception, he was dancing with my mother. And then the next morning, my father, my brother, myself, Jenna, and my father went to Jonathan's Sports Grill in Franklin, Tennessee, Cool Springs, and we had brunch, breakfast, whatever you want to call it. And my dad was very upset about what he had seen at that reception, about my mom dancing with Rusty. And he told me, he's like, this is the last time she's going to embarrass me like that.
Did you learn if your mom had multiple cell phones?
Wow, I have missed a
Yes.
lot.
How did you learn about that?
My kids told me.
Did you ever see her with multiple cell phones?
No.
So when you were around your mom, you saw that her to just have one phone.
Mm-hmm.
And your daughters mentioned she had a second phone. Is that?
Yeah, and my dad.
And your dad.
Yeah.
In what context did your dad inform you of the cell phone?
I don't remember. I just remember him saying something about it. I don't remember the context of it.
In your family, when conflicts would arise, like the Ted Wiley situation, would you all talk about it together or talk things out? How did issues like that settle in your family?
They were never settled. We didn't talk about those kind of things. Just kind of swept it under the rug. I mean, when my dad told me about that she was coming home from, I mean, I know where I was. I know where I was parked having the conversation with him. I'll never forget it. He told me she's coming home and you need to accept her back. And I don't know. I mean,
Did your dad love your mom?
oh, very much so.
You could see that.
Oh, absolutely.
Is that why he stayed with her?
Yes.
So going back to the 5th, you talked to detective at the time, Kuykendall, in his patrol car.
Yep.
After that, did you speak with law enforcement again?
No, I left after that. I wanted to go check on my children. I just wanted to get to my kids.
And did you check with someone
Yeah, yeah.
about leaving?
Oh, they had my car blocked in they moved the police car so I could leave.
What did you do when you left?
I went home.
And what did you do when you got home?
I went home and I hugged my kids.
How long were you in Buckhead at home with your kids?
Not very long. I just went home and checked on them, and I wasn't home very long because Emily was coming, and I wanted to be there when Emily got there.
Were you there when Emily got there?
Emily got there before I got there. I pulled up, and Emily was already there.
How many hours had passed? How long does it take Emily to drive from?
Approximately 3 to 4 hours, where they were living at the time. 3 to 4 hours.
So that's about how much time had passed since you called her, and then you coming back to the house.
I guess.
And Emily was there.
Yes.
Was she there with her husband?
Yes.
And did you speak with Emily?
Yes.
Where did you end up going that night since law enforcement stayed at the farm?
I went home. I left. I know it was dark. I think I left around about the same time Emily left. And I actually had gone to get gas, and I went to run my debit card, and it said, "Please see cashier." And I was like, what in the world? Well, something had happened with my account. That check that I had written to that painter, he had taken it and tried to cash it when I told him, you don't need to cash this until like Friday. Well, he went and cashed it anyway. And
I put it at 1.25 speed. If you guys want me to drop it back down to normal, I can do that. Just let me know.
it overdrew my account, so I couldn't get gas. So I didn't know what to do. I called Emily, who was on her way to the hotel, and she actually lent me $20 so I could put gas in my car to get home. So I went to the Fairfield Inn on, it was on like, I think, no, that's not, I don't know if it was Fairfield Inn. It was a hotel, I think it was on Windward Parkway, I think. But I went to her hotel, and she lent me $20. I went up to her room and saw Olivia, and I went home.
Home to your condo in Buckhead?
Correct.
Okay. Later that night, did you get a phone call?
I did.
From who?
I think it was Detective Hayes. I think. I'm 90% positive it was Detective Hayes.
If I told you it was Detective Kuykendall, would that be surprising?
Wouldn't be surprising at all.
And what was that phone call? What was the purpose of that phone call?
They asked me where I was, they asked me some questions about my locations on like July 3rd and July 4th. And I said, well, I told them. And they asked me, is there anybody who would want to hurt your father? And I said, no, I don't think so. And then they asked me, well, let me back up. They told me that they found a bullet in my father's rib, and now this was being treated as a homicide. And there were some follow-up questions, and they asked me, would anybody ever benefit from your father being killed? And I was very frank. I said, well, yeah, my mom and whoever he's related to as far as financially. At this point in time, my brain had kind of already switched to thinking something had happened to him that wasn't
Troll Sherry, I
falling in the
banned and deleted them.
because of my mother's behavior when the police were there, and just how she was acting.
Stupid.
What was that behavior? How was she acting?
Just not like somebody whose husband had just been found in a burn pile. When I was walking to my truck with the detective, my mother walked up and she asked him, she said, are y'all about done here? And he said, well, ma'am, we're not, no. He said, well, my granddaughter needs to stay here tonight. And he said, well, ma'am, we're not really done. And I said, Mama, Emily's got a hotel room. She's going to be fine. This is before I left to go back to Buckhead. She's going to be fine. And she said, my daughter will stay here if I say so, or something like that. And I was like, I was shocked. And I was angry. I'm getting yelled at. My father's just been found dead. I'm getting yelled at by her. I remember I had my tailgate down. I remember slamming my tailgate. The guy moved the car, and I left. I was beyond words, angry and frustrated, and just I was all over the place mentally. And it just didn't seem. Something was off. And so that.
So when you heard about the bullet in his rib, what was going on in your head?
I just remember crying. Like after I got off the phone with him, I just sat on the couch and me and Jenna just cried together. That's all I remember.
Did your mom say anything about money to you that night?
She had asked me, she had told me that I needed to cancel the condo to the beach.
The night on the 5th?
Yes. Well, either the afternoon, it was still daylight.
No worries,
I don't
Steph,
remember
I got
exactly
it.
when it was, but she told me you need to cancel that condo to the beach.
And what did you think about that?
I thought, that's what you're worried about right now?
You do that assessment, ma'am. You get
And
that
I
done.
told her, I was like, well, I didn't book the condo to the beach. You know, I ended up a few days later canceling it because I was able to find out. I think my father had emailed me the confirmation, and I was able to get the information. But at the time, that was the least, in my mind, it's like, why are we even talking about this? Which was, another reason that I was starting to think something was wrong.
So you get a phone call from Detective Kuykendall the night he tells you about the bullet, and he asked you if your dad had any enemies, things of that nature. Do you know anybody that not really would benefit from it, but that would want him dead?
No.
Would Scott have benefited from his death?
I mean, could have. I mean, financially, all of his kids could have,
How so?
because we're his children.
What does that mean?
That means if if somebody has money and they pass away, it, can go to their wife, their kids, whoever.
Did you end up speaking with law enforcement in the days shortly after?
Not shortly after, no.
Okay. And why was that?
The following day, which would have been the 6th, my mother was still being questioned. My brother and my mother were still being questioned. I guess they had taken them to a local precinct, maybe. At this time, when we're in frantic chaos mode, and I guess my sister Amanda had contacted somebody at Burnham Foreman, and then I was told that I need to be at this lawyer's office because my mother was, I guess, still talking with them. They were trying to get her out of being interviewed with the
Hey,
police.
Billy.
And we ended up at an attorney.
Yes, this is the one son, not Scott, the one that they're blaming. It's the older son, Chris.
why did that keep you from talking to law enforcement?
Well, because they told us not to. Manny Aurora was the name of the lawyer, the attorney. He told us, he said, if you say anything to the police, they're going to arrest you, your mother, and your brother if you say anything to them.
He said that to you?
He said that to me. He said that to everyone.
Who was everyone? Who was there?
Everybody. All the siblings were there. Jenna was not there. My kids were not there. But like me, Scott, Amanda, Emily. I don't remember if Emily's husband was there. But it was definitely the four of us kids and my mother.
Okay. And so they instructed you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
And what did you think of that?
I thought it was strange. I just wanted to find out what happened to my dad, you know? Like, I just wanted to know. And I remember getting kind of frustrated and probably voiced my opinion about it. It was an effort by Manny Aurora to convince us that if we said anything, he told us that the police were probably lying about him being shot. And he was just like, you need to shut up or you're going to go to prison for this. And I'm thinking, I had nothing to do with this. Why do I need to stop talking? Mm-hmm. But I did. I agreed. I said, okay. I said, fine. I won't.
Did, now what about Addison, since she was there the night of the 4th, was she interviewed?
By the police?
Right.
Or?
By the police. We'll start with the police. Was she interviewed by the police?
No, I think Jenna had, I can't remember if Jenna, I don't think Jenna had gotten there before it had, like, it's just so cloudy to me, like when people got there, but no, they did not talk to Addison that
Was
day.
she eventually forensically interviewed?
Yes.
Okay.
They took her cell phone.
Law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a big deal?
That was a very big deal. She was very upset about it.
So she was eventually forensically interviewed, and you know that to mean what?
When, I mean, they flew down, this was over a year later. This was August of 2019, and Kendall Lee, their mother, my ex-wife, flew down with them, and we went to I think it was Anna or Ann Crawford Children's Center. My children went in the back and were interviewed, and we were not in there, myself or their mother. And then they came out, and that was it.
Okay. As far as you know, no law enforcement interviewed them?
No. The only thing I seem to remember was maybe law enforcement was listening to it, but there was no law enforcement there physically.
Okay. Did you talk to Manny Aurora about Addison being interviewed or spoken with?
Yeah.
What
He
was that?
confronted me about it, and he wanted me to call my daughter. This was not at the first meeting. This was at we had
Donnie,
multiple
it
meetings with
depends.
Manny.
Sometimes they're real people, sometimes
And he
they're
wanted me to
bots.
call my daughter and put her on speakerphone for him and like everybody in that room to basically like confront my daughter.
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and object to relevance. I allowed kind of a brief reenactment of what happened earlier, but now we're continuing to talk about what a previous attorney in this case was saying, so I would go ahead and object to relevance, Judge.
Explains why he didn't go to law enforcement and eventually.
He can explain what he did next without going into the content, so. Outstanding day.
Did you eventually go to law?
Question, is that, since I missed a lot of the testimony from earlier, is that like the first time that they've really objected much?
Law enforcement yourself?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because I'd had it. I was done with,
What was you
I-
helping
I-
him with,
I-
Morgana?
I didn't like the way that was going with her attorneys. And so.
Oh,
and I
wow,
was
okay.
just
First time
wanting to
they've
know what
objected.
happened,
Okay,
and
nice. About
I
time.
was- I just felt compelled to help find out.
Did anyone go with you?
My brother, Scott,
Do you remember about how long after your father's remains were found did you go voluntarily with your brother to talk to law enforcement?
I don't remember the day, I don't remember the date.
Was it more than 10 days after?
Makes me think of what was that movie where they said, "I'll never tell"? What was that? It was a scary movie. I'll never tell. It's creepy.
I don't remember.
If
'Cause I went-
had told you it was July 26th, would that sound accurate to you?
It could. What I'm trying to think, because I went to Maine, and that meeting was either right before or right after it. So if it was July 26th, it would have been, I believe.
It
right
was a good
after
movie.
I got back from Maine.
Okay. You went to Maine to see your daughters?
Yeah, I had to get out of this town.
Don't say a word.
So you sat down with, what law enforcement officers did you sit down with when you and Scott spoke with them?
For sure Detective Hayes, and a couple other ones, I think Kuykendall might have been there, but I can't be sure. There were people coming in and out. It was a lengthy interview. It was officers coming in and out.
I want to talk about the year that followed your father's murder. So, the next year, before your mother's arrest, you eventually at some point became the temporary administrator of his estate. Can you
Correct.
tell the jury about that?
Yeah, I mean, the farm was basically, there were financial problems. I mean, the farm was potentially going into foreclosure. I mean, there were things going on. My mother was openly trying to say we need to get the death certificate and like all these things. And Emily and Scott and I decided we needed to do something as far as, because they froze all my father's accounts. There was nobody who could use any of that money, and somebody had to do it. There were discussions back and forth whether Amanda was going to do it, and there was at this time a very hard divide in our family. And
What was that divide?
well,
Who was divided?
my brother Scott, my sister Emily, and I on one side, and my mother and Amanda on the other. My mother was not living, but still had kind of a relationship with Amanda.
What created the divide?
Well, lot of things. I mean, it was, my mother was very much so telling us that we needed to help support her, that we needed to give her money because my father had supported us and given us money all these years, and that we needed to, in turn, give her money. To speak of my situation,
Okay, we're used to it by now, right? They've ended for the day, apparently, so I gotta scroll back and find where we were at.
So you sat down with, what law enforcement officer did, officer?
Far as examining the remains, and to somehow say or imply that
Uh-oh.
that needed to be stopped before that got started. Also, I think it sounds like the state's going to try to also discuss something about the contentiousness of the funeral, insofar as my client wouldn't pay for the funeral, but they've already.
Okay, where should I? I'm lost.
And your daughters mentioned she had a second phone. Is that,
yeah, and my dad,
and your dad?
yeah. To do something as far as, because they froze all my father's accounts. There was nobody who could use any of that money, and somebody had to do it. There were discussions back and forth whether Amanda was going to do it, and there was at this time a very hard divide in our family. And
What was that divide?
well,
Who was divided?
my brother Scott, my sister Emily,
Okay, here we go.
and I on one side, and my mother and Amanda on the other. My mother was not living, but still had kind of a relationship with Amanda.
What created the divide?
Well, a lot of things. I mean, it was, my mother was very much so telling us that we needed to help support her, that we needed to give her money because my father had supported us and given us money all these years, and that we needed to, in turn, give her money. To speak of my situation, I just had my suspicions that she had something to do with this.
So there was a divide in the family. You eventually became the temporary executor of the estate, administrator. And so when you were in this role, did you learn who the beneficiary was of all your dad's assets?
Yeah. I was actually visiting my kids in Maine, and Barry Bishop sent me an email saying that my mother was on the life insurance and the 401k.
Eventually, did someone else get appointed the administrator of the estate?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was that a contentious area among the family when you were appointed?
Yes.
How so?
My mother was not happy about it.
How did you know that?
Well, the day that I was officially appointed, and she had learned about it, her and my brother got into a pretty bad, I guess, argument or something like that.
You weren't there.
I wasn't there.
Did you and her ever speak?
Yeah.
How did you speak with her?
I
Was it-
called her, it wasn't too long after that, because I was getting, not directly from my mother, but through Amanda, basically saying, you need to do this with, because they thought I had access to these accounts and I didn't. What happened was when I was named, because there were bills, there was the mortgage, there was a condo in Tuscaloosa, Alabama that my dad owned, that I wanted to start making these current. I didn't want those things to be foreclosed on or go away and so when I was named temporary administrator, I immediately set up a meeting with his personal banker. And she said, okay, come down here, we're gonna have a meeting. I get to the meeting, she meets me in the parking lot, she's like, Chris, our legal team said a temporary administrator is not enough for me to give you access to your father's funds to pay for anything. From what I remember, that was either not believed or just maybe they didn't know that. And I called my mother to tell her that I can't do anything. I don't have a checkbook, I don't have a card, I don't have access to money. I can't, I have nothing to be able to pay these bills.
When you became the administrator of the estate, what was your role? What was your duty, your job, your oath?
My duty was to preserve the estate.
So be conservative with, try to save as much as you could.
Yeah.
Is that what that
Mhm.
means? So let's go back to the phone call with your mom you had mentioned. What was that?
I called her and I said, I can't. I said, Mama, I can't do anything, I can't. And I did, I said, just please tell me what happened. I was like, there's no way you know, or excuse me, there's no way you don't know. If all this happened like they say, there's no way you don't know about it. And then she hung up with me, and I think that's the last time I've talked to my mother, ever. I mean, that's the last conversation that I've had with my mother, period.
Did you ever confront your mom about any of her affairs?
I'm sure I did. After this all happened, there were at that point text group threads for the family. I would get very angry about some of the things that were being said, and I would throw it out there like, well, you know, are having this affair, you know, XOXO, which was some name for Rusty's name on her cell phone, and I would like text it to like just.
Did you ever confront her face to face?
I don't remember that.
After everything that happened, you had already mentioned your PTSD therapy. When did you start doing that?
Well, I started doing that.
I would object to relevance as PTSD therapy.
I'm sorry?
Response?
Oh, it goes towards the aftermath of all of this and the family, how it's affected the family.
It has nothing to do with facts in this case.
Also saying it.
Did you ever get to have a funeral for your father?
No,
Was that a contentious area after his death?
for me it was.
Sidebar. Sidebar. Lord have mercy. Are they going to call the jury out?
Why don't we have witness step out too?
Uh-oh. I think they're getting ready to get a talking to. Oof. Did you see the look on her face?
All right, I asked the lawyers for a sidebar and quickly got beyond what we needed to talk about at a sidebar based upon the ground rules that I had set for that previously. So let's start that whole conversation over. So we had questions to the witness about the family being contentious after, based upon an issue with the funeral. I think Mr. Weaver was about to object, but before the witness could say anything, I stopped him. So we'll go from there.
And that's correct, Judge. It sounded as if he was getting into some of the issues that were the natural part of the delay of this case. We had expert witness issues insofar as examining the remains, and to somehow say or imply that
Why does it keep doing that?
to be stopped before that got started. Also, I think it sounds like the state's going to try to also discuss something about the contentiousness of the funeral, insofar as my client wouldn't pay for the funeral, but they've already stated that she doesn't have any money to pay for anything anyway. She had no access to funds, so ultimately it's not relevant.
All right, Ms. Frankish.
Judge, the motive of this case for this defendant is money. The fight and the argument that I'm wanting to get through the witness is that shortly after his death, this is well before Ms. Farris's arrest, well before the defendant's arrest, before the remains and the release of the remains even became an issue. The family met at a funeral home to plan a funeral. The package that Emily had picked out, the defendant did not want to spend that much money on. There is a call that we are going to play later on, a recorded call with Rusty Barton, where she talks about, why do you need a funeral? There's nothing left, basically. So it
Oh my
loops
God.
back to the motive and
Jeez.
Here's the problem. When you ask him about him being upset about not being able to have a funeral, he's not going to just want to talk about what you're wanting to talk to him about. He's going to want to talk to about the fact that, as far as I know, they've never had a funeral because the remains were at the crime lab forever, and then COVID, and so longer, and then expert witnesses need to work on the remains, and then we had an expert witness die, and then we had another expert witness, and all the other issues that have come up over the course of the trial that have led to the delay. Now, if y'all want to craft some kind of explanation for all that we can give the jury, I'm happy to do that. But he's going to go into all that other stuff, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do to stop him from doing it. Now, you can instruct him, and when he...
What in the world? What's going on? Is Friendly Snake being a troll? Are they a troll, or are they a legit person? I'm confused. I'm confused. Can someone help me out here? Friendly Snake, are you a troll? Margaret says I'm about to roll over to my side in a minute. I feel like I remember Friendly Snake being here before, so I don't know that they're a troll. Friendly Snake, if you're a troll, no trolling allowed. Right? Mm-mm. If you're not a troll, say something untrolly. No, that's not who I blocked earlier. The person I blocked earlier was called Uncle something. Friendly Snake says I'm legit. Okay, I thought that they had been here before. I remember them being here before. New to the channel, but I remember seeing you here before. Yeah. All right. We're keeping our eyes out for trolly peoples, okay? Just so you know.
It goes outside the specific instance at the funeral home that you want to talk to them about. I'm going to call them down in front of the jury, and I don't want to have to do that. So if y'all can contain your witness to just that conversation, and those issues, that'll be fine. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, Judge.
All right.
Judge, can we just have 1 second?
So I think what freaked her out, Friendly Snake, is that you said Donnie Wahlberg's not here. But it's because Donnie, I think your name is Donnie, not Wahlberg. And he's saying Donnie Wahlberg isn't here. And then the someone being naughty is the sidebar thing. Yeah. Yeah, Sherry said, sorry, we're in protective mode. Yeah, it's because somebody come in here earlier. Someone had come in here earlier, and was very trolly. So. Put puzzles together, not chatting much. No worries. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to it. I'm going to rewind it a few seconds to see what he just last said. So hold on.
In front of the jury. He's not going to just want to talk about what you're wanting to talk to him.
Is that shortly after his death, this is well before Ms. Farris's arrest, well before the defendant's arrest, before the remains and the release of the remains even became an issue. The family met at a funeral home to plan a funeral. The package that Emily had picked out, the defendant did not want to spend that much money on. There is a call that we are going to play later on, a recorded call with Rusty Barton, where she talks about, why do you need a funeral? There's nothing left, basically. So it loops back to the motive and.
Here's the problem. When you ask him about him being upset about not being able to have a funeral, he's not going to just want to talk about what you're wanting to talk to him about. He's going to want to talk to about the fact that, as far as I know, they've never had a funeral because the remains were at the crime lab forever, and then COVID, and so longer, and then expert witnesses need to work on the remains, and then we had an expert witness die, and then we had another expert witness, and all the other issues that have come up over the course of the trial that have led to the delay. Now, if y'all want to craft some kind of explanation for all that we can give the jury, I'm happy to do that. but he's gonna go into all that other stuff, and there's nothing you're gonna be able to do to stop him from doing it. Now, you can instruct him, and when he goes outside the specific instance at the funeral home that you want to talk to him about, I'm going to call him down in front of the jury, and I don't want to have to do that. So if y'all can contain your witness to just that conversation, and those issues, that'll be fine, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, Judge.
All right?
Judge, can we just have 1 second?
So the judge didn't get angry, but he definitely is like, yeah, we got to fix this. We got to get ahead of this problem. Pilola, they had to excuse the jury because they went to ask the witness about there being division in the family, and they were talking about.
Can't delve into it either to cause him to blow up about it.
They're discussing their strategy. It's okay, friendly. Like I said earlier, Sherry said earlier, we're just on high alert because we had a troll today.
Judge, I think we may have a way to,
All right.
based on the course instructions. We just may need just a little.
That's fine.
I'll just ask
And-
very specific questions.
All right.
And allow some leads just on leads.
Yeah, that's fine.
We need to crack it real quickly.
All right. We'll take 5 minutes.
Hi, Scrublet. New here and loving it. Good. Good. Glad to have you here. Margaret, you must have been asleep, ma'am. I don't know. But yeah, we had a troll here earlier that was pretty crass. All right, so they're going to take a quick break. Well, that was a quick break. That was a very fast break.
Do that. Yeah, let's talk. I still need to bring him in.
Okay. I hear a hot mic.
Well, I still need to tell him. I still need to bring him in and excuse him for today. So we'll just do that. Yeah, let's talk to them I'll talk to him before we dismiss him for the day too, and then we'll deal with our other jurors.
Pilola, I'm glad you found a candle at the Goodwill. Was it a fancy candle? What kind of candle did you find? What kind of candle did you find? Friendly Snake, I do too. I prefer smaller channels myself. Looks like he's standing outside, waiting to come back in. Can't wait to go back and re-listen to the testimony I missed.
y'all ready to go back on the record? Yes. All right, Mr. Farris, I'm gonna let the prosecutors talk to you about this area of questioning they want to go into next with you.
Welcome back,
We're gonna end up
Spins.
breaking for the day, and we're gonna take up this topic tomorrow. Now, Ms. Frankish is gonna give you some very specific questions, and I don't want you to go rambling about other issues. I know that you are upset, and I know there have been issues with the family and the funeral and the remains and the delay of the trial and all those things. But we don't want that in front of the jury, okay? Because that's just gonna be rabbit holes we don't need to deal with. So I understand to the extent that there was a confrontation or whatever this couple of incidents that Ms. Frankish wants to go into you with, that's fine, but let's don't go beyond that. So
Yes, sir.
stick to that area. You
Yes, Your
understand
Honor.
that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, also, this case is ongoing. Don't talk to any of the witnesses overnight. Don't look up anything on the internet about what's going on with the trial, okay? All right, anything else we need to talk to him about? Is that fine, Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray, as far as instructions? All right, you can be excused. We're gonna go ahead and break for the afternoon.
Okay.
All right, bring in my whole jury.
Ween Baby had asked earlier about the if he had on the pants match the jacket. Apparently not. No. No.
All right, y'all don't get
No.
comfortable.
He had
I'm
on a pair of
letting
like
you go.
khaki dress pants,
So come on
looking ish.
My two jurors on the end can just stay standing. All right. One of y'all has asked for a break for the day, and we're at the end of the day. We had some instructions. We got a couple of things we need to take up outside the presence of y'all. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna take up testimony back in the morning. Just 9 o'clock is fine. So everyone, no reason to come back any earlier.
9 o'clock's great, Judge.
Okay, all right, so y'all just do the same instructions that I've been giving you, be here at between 8:30 and 8:45, so you get your, so that you can actually have a place to park in the parking deck. We'll take up the testimony in the morning. Again, don't look up anything about the case. Talk to them about the case. Talk to your family or friends about the case. Look up anything on the internet at all about the case. Just spend the evening watching hurricane coverage, all right? All right, with that, y'all can be excused.
Just watch the hurricane coverage. It's what we're all doing, right? Looks like they still talk for about 35 minutes afterwards. Is that right? Good gravy. What are they going to talk about?
So we're gonna address those. So tell me what your bailiff. All right, you had some concerns that you brought to the attention of the bailiff to bring them to me. So we're gonna address those. So tell me what your concerns are.
I work with a lot of the witnesses, and it's the fire department I work for, so everyone talks, and everyone knows, jury, I'm on, So when I go to work, it's all they talk about. And I can't really avoid it because, I'm on call with them, I eat dinner with them. I sleep in the room next to them, so.
All right, so let's talk about that. So when I go to work, why are you going to work?
I go to work after.
Why? What makes you think that you're supposed to be at work instead of being here full-time as a juror?
I was instructed to.
Instructed to by who?
By my chief, sir.
What's your chief's name?
She asked me that. I recently started working, I don't remember his name. I can get it for you.
All right. Oh, I'm gonna get it.
Yeah.
What
Precinct.
precinct, what station do you work for?
Oh, 6. Station 6.
All right. Now, did you inform your superior? Is he your direct superior? The chief. Chief for your, he's the chief for your district.
Yeah.
All right,
At jury duty?
let's back up. All right, when did you tell him you had jury duty?
Whenever they call me in the morning of, so.
All right. Did you inform him before you came for jury selection that you were in the pool of jury
Yes, sir.
people? All right. And then when you got the call Friday after, what did you do the day that you were questioned to be here? The day that you were here that we did void ire where you were sitting in the box?
I was working.
All right. Okay. And did you tell him that you were on jury duty and he instructed you to work?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you told him you were selected for the jury, and what did he tell you?
But show up to work after jury duty was done.
So, and you do, how many days have you been working since this case, since you were, we'll just say since Friday?
2, tomorrow would be my 3rd.
All right, and you're working 12 hours on, 36 off, what's your deal?
It's 24 on, 48 off.
All right. Do you have a copy of the Cherokee County
Lord have mercy.
Personnel Procedures Manual? Did they give you one of those when you started working for the county?
They may have, I'm not sure, I can ask about it though.
Good Lord have mercy.
I'm going to call Chief Robinson and make sure that your boss knows what it says, but you should not be working. You should not be told in to come to work. I have told people that have overnight shifts that they can't do that while they're on the jury. Would you want a juror to sit in on your case if you were charged with a crime and they were sitting after working for 24 hours?
No.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Okay, so policy number 6.31, any regular full-time employee who's required to serve on the jury or as a result of Cherokee County duties required to appear before a court, blah, blah, blah. You are on excused leave with pay. Time away will not affect vacation or sick leave accruals, etc. So they should not be directing you to work. Now, when I got word of this earlier, I looked up the policy myself and contacted the HR department and copied the county manager and said, I have a juror who's told me that they're working, and that doesn't seem like that's supposed to be what happened. So I want to make sure that that I was correct in that information.
I
So,
love this
If
judge.
you're not working, then you're not going to be in the station with your employees, co-employees and workers who know about this case, and therefore can't be talking to you about it. Now, I expect lawyers are going to ask you questions about that, but I'm going to start it. So what has anyone said to you about this case?
They talked about stories they heard. They didn't run the case directly, but they've heard
Right.
it from.
Because this happened 6 years ago, so I doubt anyone that's in your
I know.
there, other than maybe the chief, was actually working back
They're
then.
older guys. All of
Right.
them. Station 6 is kind of like a retirement
Okay.
home, but they had stories from, I guess, Captain Love. They heard that, they showed up on scene and they were called out to a possible burning or
Wow.
And did you explain to them that you're a juror and they didn't need to talk to you about the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh my
All
God.
right, y'all want to ask any questions about any of that?
Judge, if I might.
Go ahead. Oh, I was supposed to tell Jody I was starting this, but then we started early, but anyway.
So
Who's
what
aware?
we want to do is ask questions. I'm trying not to go into great detail because obviously you're a juror of the case. And have you heard anything about the case that is something that you have not heard so far?
No, not.
Did you feel like you were pressured one way or the other because of what you heard or where you work?
Yeah. I mean, yes.
You feel like that pressure has caused you to lean one way or another in the case?
I'd say so.
Oh, wow. Okay. He's gone.
I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but is it yes or no?
Yes, sir.
He's gone.
Do you feel like
Out.
you could not set that up? The judge is instructing you. How it works is he instructs you about what you've heard, and that's what we call extrajudicial. It's outside of the evidence. Can you set that aside and just listen to the evidence in the case from this point on?
I've tried to, that's why it's been brought up so late. I just try to, ignore it, remove myself from the situation, but I've already been tainted.
If you're not going back to work and things like that for the rest of the trial, can you,
I can possibly, yeah,
could you just listen to the evidence and decide based on the evidence and law?
try as best as we can, yes, sir.
And could you be, the term is equipoise. If you have perfect balance, you're not leaning to the defense, you're not leaning to the state. The job is just to get to the truth. Can you be perfectly in equipoise? Based on the charge of the court and what you, just under your oath, could you do that?
Yes.
All right, anything? I really don't want you to ask any more questions about that. I just want to ask you to ask them specific questions about what conversations they
Very
had.
specific. So in these conversations that you had with coworkers, have you relayed any of that extrajudicial information to other potential jurors or other jurors on this jury?
No, sir.
Okay. But you can still be fair and impartial.
Yes, sir.
Listening just to the facts of this case.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be excused.
Judge, give me just 1 second if I can.
Well,
counsel.
I'll let
Hold on
y'all.
a second, please.
P. Lola, right? P. Lola says, wait, a firefighter's on the jury? Didn't they ask him questions? This is insane. So he said, though, that he was like he'd go to work. He's not supposed to be going to work after jury duty.
All right, you can be excused. We'll see you tomorrow.
And they were telling him stories about this, some of the people that worked it.
Anything right now.
We'll come back in the morning.
We'll come back in 3 weeks.
What?
All right. We'll be recessed till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
This is weird. Everything is weird. Jeez. This is crazy. So the attorneys are talking amongst themselves. I'd say they're going to want to come back tomorrow and in the morning and figure out what they're going to do. So it's for reasons like this that they have, alternates. Friendly, I thought about that too. The way he was answering the questions is kind of like he's saying, yeah, I don't know that I can be impartial, and I'm trying to be impartial, blah, 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 blah. It sounds like he wants off the case. Yeah, in my opinion too. I agree with that. Margaret said we had a bozo who would freely talk to us about the case, so we turned him into the judge. Well, the fact that he's working and kind of was like, meh, about having to, be on the jury and work. He was just kind of like, I don't think he wants to be there. Friendly says, Margaret, me neither. I was on hung Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was thinking Murd was short for Murdoch. The Murdoch trial. Never mind. Friendly is saying that they were on a hung murder one female trial. What was yours? Margaret said I told him straight out to turn around and shut up. Medical malpractice seeking $1 million in damages. Wow. Pilola says get him off the jury. I'd call for a mistrial. Friendly says, but judge saw through him and kept him. I don't know. We'll see in the morning what happens. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and scooch on out of here. It's almost 6 o'clock. I got some weather watching to do. I got a girlfriend in Florida I've got to get back in contact with. So yeah. I love you guys. Thank you for joining me today. And this evening. We'll be back in the morning. Probably same time. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. So I'm going to shoot for sometime between 11 and noon tomorrow. Just because I will plan on being up late tonight watching weather stuff. And not that the weather affects me personally, but it affects some people that I care very much about. So, and I'm sure a lot of you guys do too. So, but thanks to the new folks that stopped in today. Friendly, sorry we almost like ran you out of here with a, with a torch, but, and then also the other, was it Scrublet that said that was it Scrublet? Was that their name? Where did they go? Where did that chat go? I think their name was Scrublet. Yeah, Scrublet. Okay. Yeah. So, you guys welcome and hope to see you back this week. Oh, Pilola, your candle was pumpkin spice Yankee. $4.99 for a big one. That's a good deal. I love good deals like that. Love them. Oh, big stretch and a big yawn. Sorry. Friendly said our juror fought 2.5 weeks. We can't put a 26-year-old mom in prison for life. Well, she was third generation self-defense in her family. Bad gene pool, in my opinion. Uh-oh. Morgana says she's living in a madhouse. Sorry. So sorry. All right, you guys, I'm going to scooch on out. Please make sure to give the video a thumbs up before you leave. If you're new, I would love for you to subscribe. Click the notification bell. We go live generally every day through the week unless somebody in the house is sick. And, yeah, thanks for keeping you. See you tomorrow. We were hovering. Me and a few other moderators were hovering over the name. Is that a troll? Should we delete them and block them or no? But yeah. Oh, goodness. All right. I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Like I said, it'll be between 11 a.m. and noon Eastern Standard Time, somewhere around in there, okay? If you live in Florida and you're in this chat, we're saying a prayer for you and anyone who could be affected. So I've said it once and I'm going to say it again. I pray that the Lord just poofs it away and it just disintegrates in the air before it gets any worse. So Morgana says 1 or 2. No. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you back in the morning, or see you back either tomorrow morning or afternoon, or noontime. I mean, you know what I'm saying. All right. Love you guys. Bye.